Right, let's go to that. Let's make sure that's working. Get into Discord. Check that's all live. Ooh. Good lord, the chat is already popping along, isn't it, Leslie? Ooh. That'll be good. Right then, let's go to quickly log into this. So, I do sometimes wonder if we might have too many, but I don't think we do. They all serve a purpose, and that's the trouble. And it's 255. Modern Navy. Oh, good lord. Start the stage. Ooh. Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. Hello everyone, hello. Right, now I'm just making sure I've got the Bruships Q&A up and working. Wait for the timestamps to start working. They should do. Now, occasionally, the lovely bot decides it's going to lose stuff.
Do we need to send Rune onto the host?
I have no idea why. We'll remove that. I don't think we need to send Rune onto the host just yet.
You sure?
Just yet. It's more a case of the chat decided to disappear for a bit, which caused me fun. And the bot is it detecting YouTube? Let me just do this. Make sure it's reduced back down a bit. Then go, hello everyone. Hello. We're here. We're just checking the bots are working because the bot is supposedly activated. And it's says it's connected, but the bot results are not showing up in the Discord. Let me just check the chat. Is it showing up in the chat when I do the button? Is it? It could be Stream Deck is disconnected. So I will just check that way, the old-fashioned way. Well, yeah, it's Stream Deck's disconnected. Okay, so questions are live. We will take in questions, but please note the Stream Deck isn't working, so I will have to figure out what to do. And for some reason, the questions are going directly into here. I have no idea why. Oh. I'll put a smiley face by that one. I will take out that. And then I know where to go to. Okay, so basically, bots decided to be fun. The bots decided to be fun. Today is modern Navy Bruships, and yeah, Yuki subscribed to my channel for 11 months. Hello, Yuki. I'm gonna go back to normal Twitch to watch the things because. Oh, Sidera is live. That's good. It's all working. Hello, everyone. Hello. How are we doing?
Oh.
Ooh. How are you doing today, Dan? How's your resting session been?
I am having an incredibly lazy day.
You deserve it. And your version of a lazy day has involved how much activity? Have you done anything on your bike?
No, my exercise watch is currently at the stage of attempting to poke me and go, "Are you dead?"
Oh. Mine is currently having a panic attack because apparently I've changed my normal exercise that much. It's a case of you, instead of keep going to the gym, instead of going for long walks, have been clambering all over your house. This has both been enough exercise, enough in terms of calorie consumption, but not enough in terms of exercise for you. And so
Yeah.
going, yeah, I know it's not been enough in terms of exercise for me. Let's go this way. Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, I had a long day yesterday.
That's good.
Went to the air show at
Okay.
where was it? Eastbourne. So that was very nice.
Yeah.
And they had display by the Fleet Air Arms display helicopter. So a Wildcat dancing around very niftily.
Knight has realised that they need to withhold their Azure Lane questions until Dragon and Voxo get here. We agree with this wholeheartedly because otherwise, then that would be me and Dan trying to figure out, trying to go with the level of knowledge we have of Azure Lane, which is.
There's apparently a thing called Azure Lane.
And I have read the wiki quite extensively.
I didn't realise it. Well, I mean, I could have guessed it had a wiki, but I have never looked at it, I don't think.
Off topic, what's Warhammer 40k army? My army is I call them my Iron Wolves. They're basically they are sons of Russ who decided they like armor. So basically, really not an organization anyone wants to fight. Because it turns out, if you're clever about it, the skills of the Wolfen combined with tanks can be really quite interesting.
You mean they're the dogs that didn't just chase after the car, but actually caught it and jumped in?
And commandeered it. Yes.
And covered it with guns.
Yes.
And possibly flamethrowers.
Mm-hmm.
And chainswords.
Yes.
And other ways of expressing happiness and enjoyment.
They have many ways of expressing happiness and enjoyment. One of them is drinking what is basically poison.
Yes, that's not that different from much of the rest of humanity.
Mm-hmm. Humanity, the only species known to taste food and go, you know what, this could need some poison.
No, it needs more poison.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely needs more poison. Um,
They are an interesting organisation, is the animals.
well, I was Dark Angels, but
Mm.
that was mainly because I figured if I just paint lots of dark colours, it won't matter so much if I mess them all up. Or was I Ultramarines? Oh Lord, I can't remember.
It shows you need to get back into it if you can't remember what your own chapter was.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. If I'm gonna play something like that, it's gonna be BattleTech.
Hmm.
The problem with all of that is I'm not very good at them, which is apparently a problem.
Yeah, it never hurts that my Iron Wolves come with quite a large number of dreadnoughts with them.
I mean, it helps.
Hmm.
Hmm.
It also doesn't help that most of my family's armies are closer to legion size than they are chapter size.
Well, I mean, that feels only fair. Oh no, wait, fair is something that happens to other people.
Yeah, it's the comment is that the classic comment is if what's his name, Dante had as many troops, as many of the red angels to defend blood angels to defend his homeworld as my mum has in her army, he wouldn't have needed to call up the other chapters. To be honest, if he had as many troops as she has in her army, he probably wouldn't have actually been having a trouble with the Tyranids. The Tyranids would have been trying to avoid him. On the grounds that he hurts me.
It hurts me.
Yeah. It's a basic case of.
My precious.
So, how many, my mum's answer is that her formation is what the Blood Angels should be.
Mm.
Which is basically enough Blood Angels that the entirety of the crusade which Gilliman went on to restore the imperial sort of to basically get back to Terra. Well, he'd have been able to do that and another crusade if he'd had my mum's legion.
I mean, it's important to what's the word?
It's important to have options when one finds oneself in combat, and having enough personnel does help with the options.
Yes.
So today we have to figure out why has the bot decided to stop storing questions and is just booting them straight to their thing. Thank you, Scottish Nerd. And it does help. GIFs should be enabled. Everything should be enabled now. I have no idea what GIFs are, but I've been told GIFs are now enabled. YouTube does believe I am who I say I am. I had to suddenly to continue receiving support through YouTube, memberships, all those things. I had to prove my identity to them, so I had to share my passport with Google. We can all be slightly worried about that. I don't know where Google's planning to go on my passport, but I hope it's somewhere nice. I'd at least like to think if they're going to be using my passport for anything, I hope it's somewhere nice. I hope it's somewhere they have fun.
There it is.
you know, it's all
Check,
good.
check.
Hello, Ronald. How are you doing this week?
I had a yes, I screwed up, but also I told you this was going to happen moment with my boss this week. And I get on a SkyTube on Wednesday. So,
All good then.
Yay!
With that being said, first question.
SkyTube.
When's the world of science and technology? Comments on the Deutschmarine, I presume you mean the German navies, frigate cancellation and ordering different ships. I've been talking about this a couple of times actually recently. Basically, it's more to do with a breakdown in communications with the builder, and basically, I love Damon. I've worked with him many, many times over the years, but the trouble is, at the moment, Damon is kind of at max capacity. Damon was toddling along producing very nice ships for lots of different people, but it was in the times pre-Ukraine, when everyone wasn't panicking and didn't want everything right now. And that's the problem. There are a lot of programs which existed or owed their origins to pre-Ukraine, pre-that sort of experience, and people were realizing, you know what? Walk softly and carry a big stick only really works if you're actually carrying a big stick. Who'd have thunk it?
I'm sure I was carrying a twig at some point, but I may have put it down.
Yeah, and so now they need to do a lot of work. And so they're rebuilding a lot of the navies and reorganizing themselves, and it's a case of, in a nicest way, at certain points you'd be excused for thinking the only 2 yards in Europe are Damon and Fincardi, judging by some of the European orders going on. Yes, the French have their yard and are producing their frigates, the Intervention, etc., and all these things, which are lovely vessels. But it's a case of, if you're looking for something bigger than that, at the moment you've got the FREM and modified FREM programs, and you've got whatever Damon are building. And basically the Germans have gone, we're not going to get this soon enough. You're not responding to our every changes. We want this ship to be amazing, amazing, amazing. And they're basically gold plating it up the wazoo. And when you gold plate something up the wazoo, it becomes expensive. Here is a small thing. Look. If you are speccing for a Maybach, you're going to have to pay Maybach prices.
No, I will pay Volkswagen prices.
Well, that's the trouble. So now they're going for a Miko, which is a perfectly good ship. Do not get me wrong. It is a perfectly good asset. But it is more of a it is more of a mid-range Audi than a Maybach. It's still a very good car, don't get me wrong. In fact, I'd probably prefer a mid-range Audi to a Maybach. Because for the driver's experience, as I certainly wouldn't want another driver, it's more fun. But, and yes, before anyone else, I have driven both. Having family members who work for auto magazines has been fun for my driving experiences in life. But leaving that to one side, it's a case of, it's still going to be quite a highly spec ship. So there are some people going around going, oh, the German Navy's decided they're going to go for cheap ships because expensive ships don't matter anymore and aren't useful. There's me sitting looking going, instead of going for a ship which is going to work out at possibly 1.2 to 1.3 billion euros per ship, they're going for a ship which is going to work out at about 800 million euros per ship. I am going to be overjoyed with the cost savings. Oh, they want to buy more of them than they're originally building. There go your cost savings.
Question.
Yes.
Relevant question. Do navies ever go, all right, here's the design of ship we want. Make me an offer on how much you think you can build it for. Because it seems like, from my chair, it seems like we are going to contract with, at least from an American perspective, we're going to contract with Huntington Ingalls, or we're going to contract with General Dynamics, or we're going to contract with Marionette Marine to build a ship that fits this role, and not a, here's the designs, go build it.
See, it used to work as navies would maintain their own in-house design teams, and they'd write out specs and designs, and they put them out to tender, and then people would bid on them, which is why you get multiple builders building versions of the same ship. Navy, and now it has been decided over time that you're not building enough ships, and therefore it's expensive to keep those skills in-house. So it's better to contract that all out to the design teams and the companies.
But nobody's.
And it's got even more better because now you actually contract out the initial design proposal and specification writing to those companies as well, because you don't have them in-house. Even those teams in-house.
And nobody stopped to think that, well, nobody's building warships in the volumes that they were before. Therefore, it's going to be even more expensive to contract it out because we're going to have to pay for,
well, no,
at least from a U.S. context, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, the employer's share of income tax, the employer's retirement scheme, and then the employer's profit on that highly skilled, specialized labor?
No, because think about it, Runa. See, the theory is that don't worry, whilst you're going to only contract it out to a company which is in your own country because you're going to keep it national, other countries are not going to be so parochial, so that company will be able to share the cost of all that with the other people it contracts with.
How many nations have actually gone overseas to buy a ship that their home to contract a ship that their home industry could easily build? Because I can't think of many that have. I think the British with the tank, with your replenishment ships or your fleet auxiliary ships, may be an exception that proves the rule.
We did that because none of the actual domestic companies would actually bid on it, because they didn't want they couldn't deliver it at cost with our labor criteria to our conditions for the money we were prepared to pay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that's the exception that proves the rule.
Yes, it does.
Because I think one of the big things about this alleged Coast Guard icebreaker order that POTUS has put through, or at least has postulated, I don't know if it's actually an official check has been cut yet or not, contract's been signed with the Finns, is that we notionally have the ability to make icebreakers domestically.
Notionally.
Yeah,
but in a nice
notionally way, does a lot of work in American
it's one of those things of, at the moment I think they are building some icebreakers in Louisiana, but if they want to build anything fast and quickly, they've got to actually go to the Finns, who are dealing with a good production yard, other than the Russians building them constantly.
Yeah.
Basically, for American yards to build an icebreaker, they can do it. They have the skills, they have the technology. But it's a special occasion. For the Finns, it's a Tuesday.
Yeah, like it's one of the things that, beyond the price and adherence to what's the proper phrasing, procurement procedure, contracts procedure, basically the exchanging of money between the government and a private party. It's one of the decisions that I can't really knock this administration for outside of the money issue.
Yeah, but
because icebreakers are useful.
Yeah, they are. But basically, the Miko 200 is going to be a nicely spec'd up Miko 200, and I wouldn't be surprised if Deutsche Marine ends up in one of the larger warship programs as well. Because the trouble is for the Deutsche Marine is they're expected to do two jobs: the Baltic and the North Sea, North Atlantic. Their government does expect them to be around and be a presence and be something as part of the European naval force, and they are never going to be a leading ship force. They're never going to be given aircraft carriers and things like that, not unless there's a United European Navy or something like that, and God help anyone getting that through with people actually spending more on defence. But the thing is, if they are always going to be expecting by their government to be part of the naval forces, which are supporting this, because again, if you consider what their traditional role was in a European war under the Cold War NATO and even under modern NATO, now a logistics hub, which is a forward supply and move personnel but also supplies forward to those nations which are going to be the front line, and as such, having the escort force is to escort the convoys is part of that logistics role. And so that's where they're coming in. But I do think, I do keep saying this, might need some European nations are possibly going to have to start specialising in naval matters and really heavily focusing in on it because the alliance is weak when it comes to naval warfare. The alliance has been a ground war centric formation because of the events and the operations it's been involved in for quite a while now. And look, I'm bringing another question, but I will get on to other questions. Sal Mercalio has done a great video and has been making great comments about operations in the Straits of Hormuz and the Gulf and what America's been up to from a naval perspective in terms of logistic. And one of the things he keeps running into people is people go, well, it's the rule of three. Well, yes, it is the rule of three, but it's also the rule of five operationally. Let me explain. So, I've always talked about availability as well as ships in terms of force generation. America now runs pretty much a 10-carrier navy. Yes, they're theoretically 11, but it's a 15-carrier world when you look at their commitments. Why do I say this? Well, usually when you have 10 of something, you're usually going to have 4 of those available. At least 3 operational, at least 1 more available. At any one time. Usually more. The thing is, if you're running an ongoing operation, and let's say you have things doing 24-hour strikes for not just a couple of days, not just a week, but months on end, what usually then is, of your 4 available ships, you will have them all fall forward, carrying out that, and 3 of them will be on the line providing fire support, providing operations, while 1 of them's back somewhere else. And what you do is you rotate them through on almost a 4 weeks on, 1 week off basis, and that's how you keep it going for ongoing operations. The U.S. Navy currently, it's a 10-carrier Navy, and with its commitments, it's not able to do this. This is one of the reasons why you're getting the noise you are about the Abraham Lincoln and all these things, because whilst, yes, there have been other longer-term patrols by navies, usually those longer-term tours are broken up by doing a port visit and a couple of days off ship. And that matters from a psychological perspective. Now, this is one of those things which you have going on, but people keep going back when things like Sam Mercalio are doing most of the work on this and is making this case quite strongly and quite capably. People go, well, no, it's the rule of 3. They're fine. There's a rule of 3. And yes, there is, but there's also this other rule within your operational assets that if they are doing 24/7 operations, and you are doing that 24/7, so you get up, you do your 8 hours on, you do your sleep and etc., or 12 hours on, 12 hours off, depending on the ship, the schedule they're doing and the watch schedule they're doing on the ship to keep going for the 24 to keep the 24 hours ops up. It's going to be get up, do the same thing all day, go to bed. Get up, do the same thing all day, go to bed. Get up, do the same thing all day, go to bed. Get up. And humans need a bit of variety. You know, the classic example I tend to give when people go, no, they don't. I go, remember, to stop accidents happening on a road, I think it was in Texas, and it's a long, straight road, they stuck a statue. Because it was a straight road which had nothing on it. Nothing at all. And by sticking, and people kept falling asleep, going absolutely stir crazy and driving off and having accidents for no apparent reason. They put in a statue, they had something to watch, and they drove towards it, and they were fine. It reduced accidents by something like 97% or something weird like that. That's humanity. Okay? It's the same if you're getting up and doing the same job all day, same people, same bed, same everything. And you're not getting weekends off, because you don't get weekends off in these operations. You're doing it 24 hours a day. And it's the same for forces in ground combat, all these things. That is part of their life. Yes, they sign up for it, but they're still humans. And the amount of times I see people go, they signed up for this. Yes, they did. But the thing is, if you start forgetting they're human as well, just because you sign up to something doesn't stop you being a human being.
And also,
yeah.
While yes, caveat emptor and all that, not everybody. We've been in at least from a naval perspective, largely peacetime operations for what? Panama? I think was the last thing that had any sort of meaningful naval involvement.
Well, no, Navy
Or
has.
no, it would be
Navy
Desert Storm.
Navy has surged. Carrier operations have surged for all these operations for the invasion of Afghanistan. You have to remember, the invasion of Afghanistan was an amphibious operation, and a few other things. So
Yeah.
navies have done this, but it's not been this long. And one of the reasons why it's this long is because of the issues they have going on with their carrier arm, with the fact that they have slowed the procurement of new carriers, with the fact that they haven't got enough in service. It's one of the things of you start people going, oh well, they in this first Gulf War. Look at how many aircraft carriers they deployed to the first Gulf War, and look at how many aircraft carriers they had in the force in the first Gulf War. And it doesn't matter how much better your ship is than its predecessor, it can still only physically be in one place at a time.
Are you sure?
Maybe that's why they want the distributed capability drone flotillas. This way they can claim that they can put one ship in multiple places at the same time, and therefore they need less ships.
Look, sure, just in the UK, yes, we have potholes that keep you awake, but the thing is, the potholes are the reason why you have to actually drive a Chelsea tractor through Surrey, aka a big 4x4 when you're in the middle of a urban area, because you never know when you're going to have to mountaineer in and out of a pothole in your car. Or alternatively, that's why you get skilled at rally driving, because you're really good at dodging the potholes at speed in your saloon.
The Midwest solution.
Yeah, probably.
Duke Manager, are you aware of any system that you use to wargame the Great Pacific Showdown? RN, Canadian Navy, North Korea. No, I think it's Russia, China, North Korea versus
US, Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan. No system could do it because, with the possible exception of the Russians, we don't know what the real capability of anyone's equipment is.
There are some fairly accurate ones because, again, it's done off their publicly declared capability, and that's what you always have to base it off.
Or we could go to the War Thunder forums.
Potentially sea power. If it's sea power, there is a mod for sea power I know which you can use to do that, but I haven't tested out myself. Dream Manager. So sea power. I haven't tested out the mod myself, but that's what I would hear. There are various systems. Some of the versions of Harpoon, and I've got a massive command one, which is really, really detailed, but it is an absolute nightmare to run. And you basically, well, that's the reason I have 128 gigabytes on this computer in terms of RAM. That's why I had to go for that expense, because it will use all of that. It will basically, I think last time I was running it, and by the time I got to like day 10 of the simulation, I was at about 100 gigabytes of RAM being used by it, by this one piece of software. It's honestly to run it properly, I probably would need to have even more RAM, and there's a limit to how much I can afford. It is a massively hungry program. I can never remember its name, but we actually originally got it for free at a you remember the Navy Leaders Conference we went to, Dan?
Yes.
It's that the software we got for free from them.
Oh yes, I've still got it.
Yeah, I've got it, but I can never remember its name. And it is absolutely, once you get into it, it becomes so intensive. But it is literally software which is adapted from what armed forces use for running their simulations.
Yeah.
So as I joke, it's software designed for operating with maybe not supercomputers, but certainly things which have budgets for RAM which run into government, into other taxpayers' money. 1961. If the Type 45 had a Burke-led production run, would the stealth element be filtering into design? Type 45 is more stealth than the Burke is. But you probably would be talking... Honestly, the biggest thing that would happen with the Type 45 production run, if it goes on longer, is A, they'd have the Mark 41 VLS fitted with, not for. As that was definitely an argument which was being used about the next batch. Even when they were down to two vessels, that was being used for the next batch. And the other thing were looking at doing was actually changing their 4.5-inch gun to the 5-inch gun. So you would have probably got some of them on the 5-inch gun earlier, but at that point, with the way things were going, it probably would have been the Italian 5-inch gun.
I will also accept a Swedish one.
Yeah, but the Italian one was actually available. The Swedish one wasn't. The British were also talking about a BAE Bofors 6-inch gun, but we'll, that end the current. Calm goes, what's your opinion of the Finland model and the 5th Navy Public Navy Shipyard mentioned by the POTUS Memorandum of 13th August? We'll see what happens. Look, in a nice way, I'm not going to argue against another public Navy shipyard. They need one. I'm not... It's one of those things of... I sometimes get these questions and I sit there and I sometimes you get them even when you're lecturing class, and people want you to be against them just because they're proposed by X or Y person. And my favourite aphorism to bring up is to go that even a broken clock is right twice a day. So even if you fundamentally disagree with someone, it's always worth listening to them, because sometimes they will actually land on the right thing. The thing is, in this case, does America need another Navy yard? Yes. Why can you tell that? Because currently they can't keep up the production levels they need to. And one of the reasons they need to is their yards are overwhelmed.
I saw a broadsheet about that today in a grocery store.
No, a nice way. Go look at the design of a Type 45 destroyer, and then look at the Southeast Asian nations, etc., and their ships, and just think, okay, so 20 years ago, what was the designing for stealth like? And you'll find that's the Type 45. Now, would it have evolved a bit if it continued production? Potentially. But also, it's a fairly good stealth design for its time and even for today. Is it perfect? No. But there again, it's also built with a slightly different emphasis than they were, because most of the Southeast Asian nation navies ones are built for the Pacific. Ours is built for the North Atlantic and North Sea. And whilst they are both beasts of their own, they are both beasts. They are beasts of slightly different tastes. That doesn't mean that they are, one is nicer than the other, one is less nasty than the other. No, they attack you in slightly different ways. And sometimes you have to design for the beast you're going to be dealing with most often, rather than the beast you would occasionally like to frolic with. Okay?
I would also probably argue on that point that the other factor as an air defense destroyer is that they are set up to sit with something which is going to have a bigger radar return compared with it. And then when something nasty this way comes, to switch on a very large radar and go, oh, there you are. Here, have a Sea Viper. To a lot of different people, although not as many as it should, in short order.
There is the scenario which I try to explain to some people sometimes, is that stealth is lovely, and useful, right up until you realise you're escorting a load of merchantmen which are going to be seen anyway. So your job is, whilst being stealth is useful to an extent, to a greater extent, your target is going to be attacked anyway. So you better carry a lot of punch. And if you have to choose between punch and extra stealth, you go with the punch, because the stealth will protect you, but it won't protect what you're protecting. And your job is to protect those things you're protecting.
And can aviation vessels be stealth?
Oh, they are stealthed to an extent, to minimise their own image, etc. But the moment they turn on their radar, it doesn't matter what they look like in terms of on a radar turn. They're going to be a big, massive beacon. That's the thing. The moment the radar goes active, everyone's going to know where you are in a several 100-mile radius.
But also, I think the large slab of flatness that, for some reason, these pilots keep on insisting we stick on there so they can land.
Mm-hmm.
I just think they're not trying hard enough. They is going to bounce radar back somewhat.
OMG, hello. The RFA Mars program for the plan for 5 fleet tankers and 1 carrier strike replenishment tanker. What would have been the difference between the 2 tanker designs? I think the carrier strike replenishment tanker was supposed to be faster. Basically, it was going to carry slightly less fuel, but it was going to be fast enough that they could keep up with the task group pursuing at speed. So basically, the fleet tankers were going to be fleet tankers, but they weren't going to be able to keep up the speed of the fleet doing combat maneuvers. So they would stick back with the replenishment task group. Kind of like we'd had in the Falklands War. We had a replenishment group, you had a amphibious task group, you had a carrier battle group, and you had all sorts of things moved around in between those assets. But in this scenario, that's the carrier strike replenishment tanker would be, faster. But realistically, I think also I would presume that the replenishment tanker could go back to the regular tankers and fill up from them, and again join up with the carrier battle group. Sean Quigley, yeah, I've talked about that in the past, about using drone swarms to try and pretend to be assets, and you could do that, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's done. That's definitely going to be up there as an option for options. In fact, in some ways, that's going to be a more useful option for drone swarms than necessarily attacks going to be in a few years' time. Let me explain why. And that's the way the smaller, cheaper drones are slowly having to be phased out from the attacking role because, well, how do I put this politely? It turns out, if you are using drones which can be taken out with a shotgun, then you are going to be finding yourself against most NATO armies dealing with a rather large and capable force of people capable of taking it out. Why? Because it dawned on quite a few of Lance Corporal, and even some junior officers and above, that basically that meant that clay pigeon shooting, or skeet shooting, depending on your particular phraseology of how you want to call it, would now qualify as career professional development training. So, this has been the interesting thing in recent NATO exercises. Small, cheap drones, which can be taken out with shotgun, not doing that well. Slightly more expensive drones become a problem. That's where the issue is. The drones which can be taken out with shotgun, not as much of an issue. Turns out the troops are getting very good at using shotguns to take out aerial assets. Who'd have thunk it, okay?
Certainly not me.
What's the
Has the kind of Zerg rush ever worked beyond the kind of first? I'm trying to think what the right way of putting it. Beyond the sort of first time you surprise somebody by doing it.
I mean,
Let's put it
depends. How many humans do you want to kill?
Yeah. Basically, most of these things, in terms of most equipment, does start out in its first evolution as small and cheap. And the thing is, it starts out as small and cheap. It rapidly evolves from being small and cheap into something else. I have a feeling drones will end up being at the cheaper end of the market. But as I've said before, it's going to be your attack that you're going to be dealing with is going to be dealing with hypersonics, cruise missiles, and drones. All coming at the same time. Maybe even aircraft with dumb bombs. As well, if your enemy's really pushing it. And the thing is, you're going to have to deal with those plethora of threats. However, in the nicest way, drones are going to have to evolve into something which cannot be easily be spoofed by jamming. Because again, taking on warships usually carry full ECM gear. If you're something which can be taken out by jamming, oh good lord, you're going to be in for a fun time. Will probably need to be taken out by something bigger than a shot. Require something to be taken out, protected so that you don't get taken out by something as small as a shotgun. 20mm autocannons, all those things are going to be still having a field day. If they're fitted. And one of the problems you're dealing with, in a nice way, the rise of the drone, and the reason you've had these things come and look so viable, is because, let's be honest, for the last 20, 30 years, navies have been going, don't worry, we don't have to fit guns, lasers are coming! We don't have to fit guns. We don't have to have layered defense. We're going to be dealing with hypersonic missiles or cruise missiles, so we need the missiles. But we don't have to think about guns because there's nothing going to appear in a smaller, cheaper area. There's nothing going to do that. Not like every other time something has gone up above a certain price point, something small and cheap has appeared in the price point underneath it. It's not happened so many times in a row. It is just disturbing. It's constant in technology, in history, in humanity. And so we didn't need to fit them. And you had less and less guns being fitted and less capabilities, and suddenly, now they're drones, and drones are all this big threat, and everyone's going, oh, what do we do with drones? And the only navy which is sitting there going, we could fit a couple more machine guns, is the Italians.
I hope the US Navy is hanging its head in shame and not looking at USS Texas, who is probably sufficiently irate that she could actually spontaneously light off her boilers.
No, USS Texas is threatening to start flying an Italian naval flag out of sheer shame of them. That's the thing. Texas is thinking about swapping to flying an Italian flag because they actually carry guns. Seneca, say after the war, the Castilian decides to put 3 iron nests onto a ship. How would that perform? Oh, good lord! If they could build such a big ship, the world would look at it and go, okay. But considering, as you pointed out in the earlier chat in INS, and this is a computer game, by the way, for those who don't know, that you need to replace the barrel after firing 10 salvos. Most navies are not going to bother because they'll just be annihilating you after the 11th one. So I get you more iron brew. Always need more. Always need more. If you could, Carrot 151, if you could swap two ship classes from different points in history with the same name, which would they be and why? Example: Leander class cruisers World War II with 70s frigates. Ooh, that'd be nice.
So you could have real fun if you sent the 4 U-class submarines we built in the 80s before selling to Canada and use them to replace 4 U-class in World War II. That would be fairly vicious.
That would be fairly vicious, yes.
you could swap. Um,
If you want to be really cruel, and I'm just going to put this out here, you could, and I mean this in the nicest way, you could swap the Daring class destroyers from 1893. You could swap them with the Type 45 Daring class destroyers, or probably more viable, you could swap them with the Daring class destroyers of 1949.
yeah, I was also thinking about the World War One tribal class with the World War Two ones, and watch as they chew their way through the high seas fleet.
Yeah, but let's be honest, the Daring class, aka HMAS Vampire and Friends, of 1949, replacing the Daring class destroyer of 1893. That basically wipes out the world as a threat. The Royal Navy goes into World War One with those things.
I mean,
Um,
it's a bit more impressive than a come to dreadnought moment, isn't it?
it's a come to daring moment. Oh, so yeah, you've got 6 4.5-inch guns. That's not dangerous. Look at their rate of fire. Oh god, you've just wiped out our entire cruiser division.
Look at their effective firing range.
Yeah.
What do you mean they can hit me where I can't even see them? Surely they must close. I mean, we have the snipers up top to shoot at them.
What is this radar of which you speak?
No, the Royal Navy.
What do you mean they
yeah,
can see me over the horizon?
the Royal Navy pre-World War I getting radar of that level going, okay.
I hear incredibly happy Jellicoe noises.
Jellicoe, yeah.
I
Very
see
happy
Jellicoe
Jellicoe.
becoming the World War One version of Willis Lee.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to hear those level of happy Jellicoe noises.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends if any of your ancestors served in the Kaiser's Navy.
Yeah. In a nice way, if you think about it, if this happened in 1893, just imagine where they would be 21 years later. If the Royal Navy gets hold of that many Daring class destroyers in 1893 with their small tube boilers, their turbines, everything else, the radar, the fire control, the 4.5-inch guns, their rate of fire, all those things. Just think what they're like 21 years later.
Happy Admiral Fisher noises.
Happy Admiral Fisher Navy noises. Most of the rest of the world is looking at the Royal Navy going,
Why is there something coming at me with apparently fully automatic 12-inch guns at 35 knots?
yes.
And how do I not be near where it wants to be?
Well, let's be honest. When you produce the Zeppelin, going, yes, I've got a Zeppelin. We've got automatic 4.5-inch gun, double 4.5-inch guns that can fire all the way up to your altitude, your maximum altitude. Ouch. Oh yeah, the nice way. You could take a Royal Sovereign class, the Royal Sovereign class back and replace the Royal Sovereign class. Harry Gudgeon, you had to design a new Flower class Corvette. How would it be, size and crew and common be? This is one of the things I've talked about this not that long ago, and I've said quite often that I think the future Corvettes will be uncrewed assets. I've said, that corvettes, escort destroyers, sloops, that role is going to take on by uncrewed assets. They're going to be around 1,000 to 1,500 tons. They're going to be optionally crewed with accommodations for personnel to be aboard them when they need to be to maintain them, and they're going to work in tandem with a larger asset. So let's say this is why I personally am against the decision they're making on the CCV, the Command Common Vessel, versus the Type 83. Because my theory is you build the sloops around a first-rank escort which can do that. So you build the uncrewed assets around a Type 26, and Type 26 is a first-rank anti-submarine warfare asset itself. You add on to that capability some uncrewed assets to act as, things which are provided with extra sensor nodes, to provide it with extra strike options, to provide it with extra capability in terms of broadening its area of effect and its impact. You've made a really good system. It's not dependent on any of them for it to do its job, but with them, it's a much better system. I think you make something which is dependent upon the drones to do its job, you've got a problem. I really do. So, in my world, a modern-class, flag-class corvette would be an uncrewed asset. It would be, as said, probably more of an optionally crewed asset. It would need a helicopter pad and etc. for the helicopters to land on to drop people off. Because that's going to be the easiest way to get people on and off. You would need some accommodation facilities aboard, basic ones for them if people are staying for a couple of nights. Basically a facility for cooking, a facility for washing, and a facility for going to a toilet. And some sleeping spaces. Still, it would need redundancy when it comes to power generation. It would need redundancy when it comes to moving, so I would use things like pod propulsion. And I would use probably diesel, gas, electric. And I would want some systems built in, some weapon systems built in, definitely. But I also like a lot of modular, so I can swap around its roles. I'd want guns and things built into it. I want things like a 76mm built into it, not the Ultimate 76. I'd want a 57mm built into it probably as well. I'd want the facilities you need built into it to be built into it. But basically, it's about providing you with a capability that you can have wandering around escorting things. Because a corvette was an escort. Again, destroyer, screening asset, able to go and form the screen of a fleet. Frigate, anti-submarine warfare asset. Corvette, anti-submarine warfare asset. Sloop, anti-submarine warfare asset. Originally, the sloop was able to also operate in the screen as an anti-submarine warfare asset, along with the destroyer, which was the anti-everything asset. ASW, air, all those things. Frigate now, I would say light frigates are task group assets. The larger frigates are actually screening assets, screening ASW assets. So they are screening vessels now, which means you have this criteria of escort below it. Because you had the sort of the escort, then you had the screening asset, and then you had the cruiser. And that's your three sort of levels of surface combatant. And realistically, the one we are short of now, we're not producing it anywhere near numbers, is the escort, and I'd say, of course, the cruiser. But, the cruiser was I have enough firepower and enough capability that I can block anything for a given amount of time to allow you time to think. That was the cruiser's role. Realistically, in a task group, a cruiser's job was, is it expected to go toe-to-toe with a battleship solo and win? No. Is it expected to be able to hold and cause enough of a threat that a battleship's going to hold back, and maybe even a formation of battleships is going to hold back while you have to allow you time to pull your carrier group and your other assets out of the way? Yes. Paul is asking someone, does it say the questions are open on the banner?
No, closed.
Mm-hmm. Timu, 4 down. Why the RN should have a brand new hospital ship, and what name should it be?
I'd probably go with Britannic as the name, because I think the main role for such a vessel will be providing aid, and it's useful to remind people who's out there doing it, for kind of your foreign policy things. Essentially, it has a warfighting capability in the sense that if you're going to make a if you're going to deploy a large force somewhere, it's helpful to be able to kind of have the hospital aboard, because although we have generally been deploying of late to sandy places quite with minimal to no coastline, the majority of the world's population does live pretty close to the wet stuff. But I think in terms of it's more the other things it can do, because of course it's absolutely fine for it to have a quite large well deck, which and kind of landing craft and things, both to get people on board the ship, but also you can stick on board a load of kind of engineers with quite a lot of heavy equipment, who can then proceed to help when you send them out to places in response to natural disasters.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that would kind of help with the kind of, what's the term for it? It's the kind of diplomacy to avoid people going to war, by reminding them that Britain cares, because what you might also do is
we tend to call it just conflict management.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of, you're sailing it round, but there might also be a warship around and things, and it's kind of just showing, yeah, look, the Royal Navy turns up here. Look, we care. Yeah, but so Britannic for the one that got sunk, that was the sister ship of the Titanic.
Yeah.
Because I think it's got enough reason, and it's a name that will kind of carry a brand without having too much negative. You don't get into any arguments about like you might naming it after a person or something.
It's also unmistakably British.
Yep.
Yep. So whenever people are reporting about it, even if they don't like you, they can't help it.
Yes. It's always fun making you do that. Now, Clarke 708, how did naval warships heat their heavy fuel oil? Having visited Inchtown in Cromarty and seen the heating elements and tanks of steam pipes, if so, how from coal boilers? Okay, so this is why there's a difference between doing a cold start, as actually a phrase. Are you running a cold start or are you not? Because usually you kept at least one boiler ticking over, one boiler running. So you did have already some steam. You could send round the fuel to warm up the fuel to start it moving so you could actually use it. But literally, heating elements. You heated the oil. Literally, you had a heating system. Diesel generators would turn on heating elements, would have a heating unit to heat up some of the oil. That's literally it. You're literally just warming it up. And that's what takes the time. And then you can get you warm up enough oil to get one boiler going. And once one boiler's going up to steam, then you can start warming up the other oil. And once you warmed up the other oil, you can start the other boilers going. And it is literally that. It is that slow and that annoying. 1941. If the modular idea on the 3 million class littoral combat ships had not been such a failure, Would you see USN guided missile frigates adopting the modular idea? Probably. If it had worked, they would have been using it. Because you tend to reuse working ideas.
We need to buy Stanflex. To any U.S. Navy procurement or DoD procurement individuals in the chat, buy Stanflex.
But that's a Danish system!
Okay, we'll call it Trump Flex because Trump is so flexy, and then automatically it's American. All right.
No, just tell him it's Legos.
Problem is, if you tell him it's Legos, he might try to eat them.
Look, in a nicer way, we're not going to get too political here, but I'm going to say this. I have been having fun with a number of Trump questions recently. And I've looked at what he's actually written and what he's actually said versus what has been claimed by various points of media. And one of the troubles you do have in all this is that, as has happened with a lot of technology, emails has been oversold as being the perfect solution ready to go already by all the people trying to sell it. It isn't. One of the constants you might hear from me constantly about technology, and probably from most of this panel, is yes, this is a coming technology, but it is not a panacea, and it's not all singing, all dancing, and it hasn't yet necessarily arrived yet. With emails, it has arrived. It is here. We're working through it. But it is definitely not living up to its hype. And that is one of the things that's constantly coming back in reports. It's still got a lot of work to go through. This is one of the reasons why there's been the issues with railguns. This is one of the reasons why there's been all these issues going on. Because, again, it's the metallurgy. It's getting the metallurgy up to be able to do what you want to do. And we'll see what happens. I think it will be sorted. I think it will be working. But from what I've seen, from what he's written, and what has been written in the executive order, etc., it seems to be that the vessels, the carrier which isn't under construction, they are going to study whether to revert it to steam power and steam catapults, because there is the question, if emails are continuing not to live up to their promise, and are continuing to prove as labour and maintenance intensive as they are. Remember, they were supposed to be a reduction in maintenance needs and a reduction in labour needs, which has turned into a reduction in personnel aboard the carrier, which is lovely, but it's turned out they've been just as, if not slightly more, labour intensive and maintenance needs. It makes sense. The trouble is, as is often the case when politicians get in, the hyperbole going over the top doesn't make sense. And basically the request is to study, to look into whether Steam is a viable option to put in instead of the emails, because in case the emails doesn't work, basically. But the thing is, again, it's like you get in the UK, it's like you get in France, you don't get anywhere. The politicians have got involved, and the political fight overhead makes no sense compared to the reality of what we're talking about. On either side, the way it's being presented by the side doing it, or the way it's being argued against by the side who just don't like it because it's being proposed by the people they don't like. It's nuts. And
I just think that I'm personally of the opinion that not retrofit, but to change the design back over to Steam is going to introduce a mess of complications.
Oh, it is going to. It is going to. I'm not wrong, but actually studying it to work out whether it's possible, it becomes a good argument against doing it. But the thing is, if you don't study it, you don't know. And with the issues with emails, it's also a way of, how do I put it politely? It's also a way of threatening the company which is making the email system to actually buck their ideas up and actually figure out some of the problems. Because at the moment they think they've got it. Well, they've got a monopoly, right? They're the only ones who do it. They're the only ones who provide it. There's no other option. The only other option is to go with Steam, if you're not going with them. So, and if they don't think there's another option, then frankly, they're not going to bother about it because their profit margins aren't affected. If they think you're looking at another option, the hope is they fix themselves.
Who is the contractor for that? Do you know?
just gonna. There are lots of people who are involved in manufacturing, but its primary manufacturer is General Atomic, supported by Lockheed Martin and BAE.
Okay, so the duality with an outsider, basically, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, it's General
Because
Atomic.
I haven't heard General.
It's General Atomic.
I haven't heard General Atomic in years.
Yeah. They are the prime designer and manufacturer. They also have input at a lower level from Cato Engineering, Foster Miller, Titan Pulse Sciences, and the University of Texas Center for Electromagnetics.
Texas A&M.
But
Texas.
We are talking about a company which is a sole source supplier supplying these, and are currently announcing they are running 2.5 to 3 years behind on their delivery schedule.
Yeah, it sounds like somebody's going to be getting use out of their golden parachute shortly here.
Yeah, so basically, when people are jumping in, I do keep drawing the trouble with emails is it's more complicated than a simple. This is the new system. It works really well. No, it's a new system which is going to work very well once we've figured out its kinks and its issues, and sorted them out. We haven't yet. We're just about doing it. It's actually got the second one going to sea soon. It's at sea. It's on Kennedy, but the second one going operational soon. All these things we're going to learn enough to try and fix these problems. But the thing is, the people behind it are not exactly blameless in this scenario. If emails fails, no, the British are not in trouble at all. If emails fails, then frankly, our carriers are short takeoff and landing their ski ramp. Yes, it means that, the ideas people keep having of Ark Royal and Project Ark Royal and all these things, conversions to the Queen Elizabeth class carriers, which was just a design study, nothing was ever promised and nothing's probably ever going to happen, because again, the Royal Navy is like a car company. They like to taunt you with the project cars, with the car design conceptions, the cars they could build you. They never build them. They just tell you, this is what we could build. This is what we think we will be building in 10 years' time, in 20 years' time. They never actually build it. They just taunt you. They just torment you with them. It's the same with the Royal Navy and its design studies. Okay? And the French, well, yeah, if emails doesn't work, then the French are going to be in trouble. But there again, the Panang, it can probably be adapted. It's not that far along. It's not that far along in the construction process that they couldn't make adaptations if they had to. What is the most brain dead decision taken by a Navy in the last 10 years since 2016? Oh, taken by a Navy, not taken by a government on behalf of the Navy, taken by a Navy. Okay. So, a few years ago, there was a gentleman who thought he was very smart. I don't think it's within 10 years, I think it's slightly beyond that, but he thought he was very, very smart. He was First Sea Lord. And he decided to stave off cuts. He would go in and offer to cut ships. And the government actually hadn't been planning on cutting ships at the time. And so, instead of getting no cuts, because he went in and offered them cuts, he lost ships.
Oops.
I'm just going to ask if anyone can guess which First Sea Lord that was. Anyone want to guess which First Sea Lord that was? While we open up questions. Hey, Fonda. Anyone want to guess which was the First Sea Lord who did that? Which First Sea Lord was that politically brilliant? I'm watching the chat, seeing if anyone comes in. Who's going to think... Oh, someone could have got there. BT? No, it wasn't BT. I think someone got there, got close there, but he's just he's pointing in the wrong direction.
Mountbatten?
Hmm?
It wasn't Mountbatten, was it?
Nope, it was Lord West,
Oh.
who was the first Sea Lord between 2002 and 2006.
I'm going to gesticulate at the Christmas tree mindset of procurement that the U.S. Navy has had for the last 25 years, because that can't all be the Pentagon and Capitol Hill and Pennsylvania Avenue. Some of that has to be coming from the Department of the Navy.
Hey,
internally.
Sidereal is with me. Hello. Oh, you're here to research it. Well, we are a naval history channel. We're currently taking questions on the modern Navy and what it's get up to and what problems are, what questions you have about modern navies, US Navy, Royal Navy, whatever, what they're doing in the world. That's what we're doing. So we're taking all the questions on that and we're answering those, and we just carry on chatting away.
Completely random question. Who is the primary shipbuilder for Japan?
Japanese shipbuilding industries. Japanese United Shipbuilding Industries, which is a
fully owned subsidiary of Mitsubishi Heavy Industries.
How did you guess, Dan?
Because it's Japan.
We have a bot. We have a bot which takes in questions. So if you have questions, we have a literal bot system created by Runon, who's actually live chatting away here.
No.
And it basically, if you type !Q&A or any variation on that, it will put the question into the bot and it will come up on this screen when I press buttons.
If one of the lovely mods who is paying attention to Twitch can put the Powder Monkey command in there for our raiders, that would be great. My hands are currently covered in Frank.
Don't worry, it already has been. It already has been. We've got a hype train running as well. We haven't had one of those running well. Jonathan Moon is busy hyping things away, and Paul Amos has set up the Q&A so that people can get the Powder Monkey details in. The queue is now closed.
And
we have got the questions in.
Now that I've allowed people to wonder, who is Frank? What is Frank? Why is Frank? And why are Runon's hands covered in Frank? Frank is my sourdough starter, who refuses to die. Hence his full legal name is Frankenstein Starter.
Thank you. So, Jonathan, thank you for giving all the subs. Thank you. Well, let's see. Let's go through the questions. What are the questions have we got? Are the German...
need to be a top?
Yeah.
I mean, I'll be honest, I thought Frank might have been your boss and you were getting ready to dispose of the body just ahead of leaving the country.
Sidea, this is the person, actually, our person chatting, I hope you're still here, if you're listening, is Dr. Dan, who is a medical doctor. I mean, you're a psychologist. He's a medical doctor for the NHS, and his favourite joke is he goes from looking at old hips to looking at old ships when he comes away with us on our trips. He wasn't with us, unfortunately, in Rotterdam, but maybe next year in Berlin for next TwitchCon.
No, Dan. My boss for the last week has been a man by the name of Trump.
Oh.
Okay,
actually,
I'm gonna move on.
Complete opposite from the individual at Pennsylvania Avenue. However, I do get to laugh because anybody who's been on my channel knows I have a variety of electrician-related emotes, including ones that are a set of wire nuts and trans flag colors. And that is the emote sticker that I made up that he selected to put on his hard hat. So now I can say that I have my trans nuts on Trump's hat.
Okay, I will remind you, we are live. I will remind you, we are live.
I'm talking about wire nuts.
Yeah.
I don't know what you think I'm talking about.
I'm just clarifying that one before YouTube and Twitch get upset with me.
I'm talking about wire nuts, also known sometimes internationally as merits, which are an electrical connection hardware designed to solidify the bond between two or more wires which have been twisted together. If you have a dirty mind and you think I'm talking about anything other than electrical fittings, which has obviously been the complete absorption of my life for the last 30 years, that's on you, fam. I can't help that.
Answer, Jonathan. Yes, Sidea is the lovely person from Twitch we met at TwitchCon, who was very, very nice and very kind to everyone. Duke Manager, are the German corvettes any good? They seem to be very short endurance. Yes, they're good for the Baltic, but they probably do need longer range for what they're options. But in a nice way, for the Baltic, they're pretty darn useful assets. But that's it. You have to remember again, as I talked about, the German Navy basically runs two navies, one for the world and one for the Baltic. And so yeah, that's it. That's the fun of them. Sadu was that the earliest? What was the earliest you could have seen VLS style systems? Oh, they started working on them in the 1960s, but it just took a long time to get actually the geometry in the missiles right for dealing with the fact that they were going up and then had to orientate themselves straight after launch.
Because they were launching. You're launching torpedoes with the gyroscopes, so you're not actually having to aim the torpedo tube in the direction you want it to run from.
About 1945. We've got as a regular occurrence. There are torpedoes which are earlier, but as a jet regular occurrence, most torpedoes are about 1945.
And you're dropping mines through vertical tubes, particularly on your submarines. You have kind of the mine dropping tubes and things. So you've got a lot of the things that you would need to be thinking about to do this exist already.
The trouble is, what you don't have is the circuitry and the systems you need to actually make a missile orientate itself as immediately after takeoff in flight.
Well, the other thing you don't have is the kind of computing power and everything, and to enable you to control enough missiles to make it worth launching faster than you do with an arm launcher.
Yeah, I would say there's a very fun conversation here where there are people basically telling Sidea, because some of us met her at TwitchCon than us, and they're basically reminding her who they are, and Jonathan's gone, I was the one on the floor with back pain. Jonathan very nicely brought a whole backpack of all sorts of things with them today to TwitchCon to give to the team who are there, and their back was terrible, and they were literally on the floor for a chunk of it. But yeah, Ryan. But we next year when it's in Berlin, if we get in again, we've got to take you with us, Dan, because you would have so much fun.
Okay.
Party of 86.
Oh, I also think you would possibly come back slightly bankrupt after going through some of the stores, but you'd be happy because the sheer amount of cat stuff and cat drawings, cat cup holders, everything. Cats were everywhere. I mean, literally, I found a fair number of corgi things, which I brought back for my family, and poodle things, but the cat stuff was just massive. Don't worry, Safford. Paul's
tend to go for a particular breed. With cats, it's like it's a mog.
Yeah. You would just be, in the nicest way, you would be bankrupt walking through TwitchCon.
Yeah. Although I do still love the thing that apparently you can tell where Vikings went because they particularly like ginger cats.
Yes.
So there tend to be more ginger cats where Vikings went to.
But do you know why they like ginger cats?
No.
Think about it if you're on a ship which is sailing in and pulling into places on occasionally for rest. If you have to grab the cat quickly to get away, a ginger cat is easier to spot.
No, my parents' ginger cat was perfectly camouflaged for the kind of slight wood effect tiles my parents had down through most of the house.
Yeah, that's a skill issue on your part, not on the cat's part.
I mean, fortunately, the size of him... Sorry. The size of his tummy meant that any sort of 3D perception would enable you to spot him rapidly.
Okay, OMG, hello. HMS Westminster was operating off the coast of Libya during the Operation Elmi, reportedly only carrying 4 Seawolf missiles. Why would the RN deploy a frigate with so few missiles? Because that's what was available, but normally they didn't like to do that. And I've heard various discussions about that maybe being the case, maybe not being the case. There is an argument that it was actually at one point, due to a technical fault, she went down to having only 4 available missiles, because they are the way the cellular system was designed. It could have happened, and that could be where it came from. There's two ideas I hear that. One, she was only loaded with 4 missiles, or one point due to technical fault went down to she only had 4 missiles available because of the issue with the things. The latter sounds more plausible, but I've heard both, and trying to get a confirmation either way out of the Ministry of Defense, good luck.
Because the Ministry of Defense never has problems until they can think they can use those problems to justify a funding increase. Yep. And I'm not saying that nastily. I'm just saying that it's not a bad way to run a defense agency, at least from a public-facing perspective.
Now, Stafford, the Royal Canadian Navy somehow becomes the 3rd largest navy again, with a mass building program of Type 26s, Type 32s, Type 83s, at least 2 classes which don't exist at the moment currently, and Defiant class, as well as LHDs, Stretch River OVs, and replenishment ship. How does the USN react? Probably they're wondering where you got the yards from. Honestly, the USN will be sitting there going, "You're now the 3rd largest navy with all those? Help?
What is this thing you have? It looks like a balanced fleet.
No,
why not just all Burks?
More the question is going to be, so you invented a what? Are we talking a replicator? Are we talking some sort of Star Trek-like system? Are you able to 3D print these ships? How are you doing it, man? Because that's what I want to know. That's what the US Navy would mainly be asking. How the friggin' are you affording to build these things and then build them in so many numbers? And crew.
They just installed the world's biggest 3D printer in Halifax.
Never doubt that about the Canadians. They could do it.
Obviously, this question is fantasy because you think that the Canadian Parliament is not going to immediately cut numbers as soon as ships become cheap and easy to build?
No, they're going to neglect them and leave them alongside in places with inadequate maintenance so that they become functionally useless, while still paying for maintenance costs, because that's more inefficient for them.
Okay.
But nothing against Canadian politicians, just politicians in general, with the slight Canadian bent about neglecting ships.
Okay, Leslie's question: why did most of the Soviet anti-ship missiles have high attack vectors rather than sea skimming? Okay, so sea skimming requires a lot of data analysis, a lot of systems to be working to get you traveling low. If you're going low and fast, it is far more difficult than if you're going high, because of the terrain. You have terrain following and all these things. So it's easier. You can go faster, and a lot of Soviet missiles were designed around the idea of being a big, fast thump that was going to knock you out in one missile hit. It was going to cause massive, overwhelming damage in one punch. Basically, the idea was, boom. A lot of the ski-skipping missiles come from the idea of, I'm going to do this attack, this attack, this attack, this attack, this attack, this attack. So, it's the 2 different types of fighting. If you ever think about it yourself, when you're dealing with it, you've got the people who sit there and basically launch the big hits. You've got the people who basically like to dance around and do light jabs and wear their opponent down. And that's how the philosophy goes. And if you put the emphasis into creating the biggest, fastest thing you can, you've only got limited research budget. And this is the point. We sometimes think active countries have infinite money. They do and they don't. They do for the things they will decide to do, because they can functionally just keep on spending the money. They don't, because they have a limited pool of money they'll spend on those things, because if they spend all their money on this thing, then they can't spend money on X, Y, Z, all the other things they want to spend money on. So basically, again, it's a case of the Soviets are going down the big thump route, and that reflects a certain style of missile and reflects a certain style of operation, and that's why you're focusing in on these high attack vectors. And there are people who sometimes come out and go, well, because they're stupid, but they weren't. It's not. Again, one of the problems I have with some of the analysis which you have sometimes comes out is just goes, oh, this guy, I don't like them, so they must be stupid. No, that is not analysis, and that is not true. You always start from the base point. People are as smart as you are, because anything less, anything more, is a disservice to yourself, really, in your own analysis. You start off by going, okay, so what are they doing different? Well, if you look at what the Soviets have a different policy. They are looking at a mass missile strike of all these large heavy missiles, and they want to get one or two. They want to get them through, but their idea is to get one or two of those missiles through, and they will cause maximum damage. And they want to do a massive time on target hit from long range heavy missile strike, and that's their focus. Taki, I am somewhat familiar with defense manufacturing and can speak a bit on this, but I'm also under NDA on this, lol. Yeah. I am... My PhD's in war studies from King's College London, for those who don't know. I am a university lecturer. I do a naval history channel mainly on YouTube, but occasionally war studies. And I do consulting and sort of things, but I'm still quite careful in the questions and how I approach them, because of the work I've done and the NDAs and things I've assigned as well. So I am sometimes... Let me put it this way. The rule is this channel's not war fonder. So I will talk about the publicly known information about missile systems, etc. I am not getting into what I can theorize about them from other things I might know, or things I've heard chattering in the cafeteria. It is what is publicly available.
It also means a lot of paperwork for me if he does that too.
Yeah, it means a lot of paperwork for a lot of us.
Didn't catch it earlier. I really don't want to interact with the federal government right now, so please don't.
Yeah,
have mercy.
Yeah, that's why we're careful. But we have a very good Discord server where there's a lot of very... Basically, the rule of the Discord server is you can chat about anything, but you're not allowed to be rude, because if you're being rude to each other, then you've lost the argument. Because if your only recourse is an insult, not a counterpoint or a debating point, then you've lost the argument. So don't insult people, and no gaslighting. Because yeah, we're not doing that.
We prefer electricity.
Also, straw manning is also not allowed. It's a case of, if you're going to have a debate, you actually have the debate with what the person's saying, not what you're projecting on them saying. And you get everyone can have it happen once in a while, and you just get a warning, and that's fine. If you're found to be repeatedly doing it on a regular, then we have words with you, and you can slowly end up getting kicked out of the server. But it's very rare we do that.
And as a reminder, we have a ticket system. Mod hat thing for today is apparently, if you are in the Mighty Jingles' Discord server, they have or are currently undergoing a hacking issue.
Mm-hmm.
I would advise leaving that server for the moment, at least, until they get it unsnookered. But please don't send me, and only me, an @ping at let's see, when did this go? At 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, saying, where's a mod when you need one? We have 2 moderation roles on the server. In addition to that, we also have a ticket system that gets all the mods at once. And it also tells us what the problem is.
Basically,
so this way I don't have to wake up 4 hours after the fact and try and figure out what the heck went wrong.
Top mods are people called flotilla leaders. Next mod down are called Master at Arms.
And those are roles.
Those are literally the mod roles. Master at Arms and flotilla leaders. And it works. And there's also always me. And I am disturbingly often awake. But if it's in my time where I'm not near and not, because functioning insomniac, so yes, I am that nutty. And the time when I'm not, the time when I'm on no human.
Functional.
Okay, yeah. But in the time when I'm sort of avoiding humanity, even and I do tend to have an eye on things like Discord, etc., and keep an eye out for if there's an emergency I need to pop into. That does occasionally cause fun, because occasionally I will literally come in and I will literally go, okay, I'm getting pinged by this. Oh yes, it's this chat which there's quite a heated debate going on. Okay, I'm putting on chat slow-mo and going off. Which then did cause someone once to go, you were focusing on me, you were targeting me with that, and I went, no, I just wandered in, saw there was a big debate went on, added my section in, and told you all to slow down and left. I didn't care who it was.
Also,
you were causing me trouble.
if you do have somebody who's, I'm not going to single a user out, although I have one in mind as I say this. If you do have a user who is being special, also put a ticket in for that, because this way I can go and I can log it. So this way, if we have a consistent pattern of misbehavior, and I currently have one user that is on their third strike, and I'm waiting for or second strike, and I'm waiting for them to hit that third. This way we can easily prove a constant stream of misbehavior and censure them appropriately.
Yeah.
This is not me acting this way because I take umbrage that there's some list that I haven't seen that apparently lists me as all bark and no bite.
You are apparently loving and adorable on the mods. You are the nicest and softest and kindest of the mods. There is a list out there.
In the last 60 days, I've banned as many people as Stickler. And that's more than 2.
Okay, Wayne.
Is it time to ban Seneca Nero again?
Wayne, could you... okay, yeah. No one banned Seneca Nero again. Wayne's what was answering. Could you share the date on the Queens of Maximus design? I know someone and Craig enough to try and make a CPAP mod. I've done a whole video on it. The data is in the video. There is literally a Queen Elizabeth class Maximus design in the video on the Queen Elizabeth class. Strange enough.
The band is right there calling to me.
No, and I don't worry, Seneca. I'm here. You're safe. You're safe. You're not going to be banned again.
But we could ban him.
Seneca, you are a mod on Twitch.
No, he's not. He is not a mod. Now he is. Something has updated to now he's showing the mod sword.
Yeah.
But as of you can see moderator over Seneca Nero 1.
Yeah.
I could still report him to the site admins, though.
Yeah.
I could do that.
Joe Fredericks, what are the potential wartime usage for hospital ships? During peacetime, their function is quite obvious. What can they really do during wartime? Exactly does that. You send them into theatres where you're going to have casualties, and they deal with the medic, and then they support support your forces forward. Basically, they're you sending a first-rate crisis hospital around the world so if you're doing an amphibious operation, if you're got a theatre where you're going to experience probably a large number of casualties. You've basically got a place which has first-grade healthcare anywhere in the world you need it, and you can set it up and you can control and you can keep it just beyond the horizon. You can keep it nice and safe. That you can then helicopter things out, people out to and patients out to, so they're nice and safe. And often, also, what they use is casualty evacuation. So we tend to use planes for it at the moment. Which is where we'll load up we'll do a casevac flight and we'll fly people out and fly people home. The difference is what you do with a hospital ship is you load them on the hospital ship would be taking them all home, and they'd be doing the surgeries and actually trying to facilitate their care on the way. So they would have a full medical suite. So instead of you relying on a few people on a plane who are going to do really hard work but are just basically keeping the patient stable, they can actually be undergoing surgeries and getting on with their recovery and the operational things they need to do on the way home if they're on the hospital ship. No, we're not banning Seneca. Ryshak, which Type 26 would be given to Norway? They're giving build slots to Norway, and so far they seem to have given build slot at least number 4, possibly number 6 as well to Norway. But the thing is, they've been very careful not to put names to those build slots on that at the moment. At the moment, he says. That's why you currently have some interesting things going on. When if you look at the datings and namings for the city class and where things are going and when things are expected to service, because originally Birmingham is the number 4 and was laid down 2020 on the 4th of April 2023, and Sheffield was laid down on 20th of November 2024. Both are under construction. But the thing is, if you're going to deliver the first Norwegian ship by 2029, that basically means the only option probably is to give them Birmingham, which is under construction. Because Glasgow, Cardiff, and Belfast are pretty much quite far along. Belfast, people have talked about maybe Belfast is the one, but she's expected service in 2029. So is Cardiff. Birmingham's about the only one which is an option. Because the thing is, do you want to just give away Belfast? Do you want to give away Cardiff? Do you want to give Glasgow away? If you're the British government, no. Those ships have already had pictures of those ships out in service, etc. Cardiff has got a beautiful ship. If you go to HMS Cardiff's Wikipedia page, the picture that they got from the Defence Imagery mod.uk of her fitting out is absolutely gorgeous, and I know because I'm going to be using it in video later this year. But it is a really good-looking picture. It is a really good-looking picture. Or you could
give away the Brummies, which, let's face it, no one's going to object to.
Well, the thing is, the current government's a Labour government, and they're fairly certain no matter what happens, they're going to win Birmingham, so they're not really worried about that, if that makes sense. They're worried about the others. The others they might not win, whereas, yeah, they expect to win. If I put it up, browse, desktop, HMS Cardiff.
Why didn't submarine carriers I think this is catch on? Do you think they could make a comeback as stealth ships with nuclear propulsion and drones? No. Going underwater and going in the air are very different things to be able to do. The two do not meet well.
Basically, the problem is if you're going to operate aircraft, you have to get up on the surface anyway, and that means you're going to be exposed. And the whole thing of submarine's advantage is its ability to be stealthed underwater.
Really?
The moment it has to be on the surface, the moment it's in trouble.
Does a Subhawk count as a drone? It kind of is. It's autonomous. It's one way, but... or Subpoon?
Potentially, but yeah, basically submarine carriers are a lovely idea, but the reality is that they got displaced by SSGNs. Thank you for following the channel, Jove. Thank you.
Also, if you would like bad jokes, you've come to the right place. I'm here. Holy mackerel, we've got moderators active right now.
Wayne, which current navies have the best update plans? Oh, it's got to be between the Italians and the Japanese.
I was going to say Japanese.
The Koreans are fairly good. The French have got some nice ideas going on. But the Italians and the Japanese are the two who have the ongoing building programs. The Indian one is also one to watch. Those are the three who are really pushing up. I'd say the thing is they're also all at the size range where they are large enough to have a decent budget, small enough that they can actually work or they can actually think their things through, and they're not constantly running to keep everything organised.
I'd also argue, with the possible exception of Japan, none of them have a sufficiently strong kind of naval attention to mean that there's too much politics getting involved beyond what one might expect of any large procurement, if that makes sense.
Look. Yeah. The thing about subcarriers is they sort of... If you think about the size it's going to have to be to launch and recover aircraft, actually make it pretty darn big anyway, so that's going to mean it's going to have to operate in fairly deep water. And again, it surfaces, it launches the aircraft, it has to surface to recover the aircraft. So that's going to be its points of potential failure. If it's caught underwater, it's not going to have the ability to maneuver and speed away because frankly it's not going to be that maneuverable. In the end, it's one of those things of, it's easier to operate a carrier on the surface than it is a submarine carrier. And you can escort a submarine, you can escort a surface aircraft carrier far easier than you can escort a submarine carrier. And defend against air attack, defend against all these things. Again, I was talking about earlier. There are some things you just can't hide that well. So in that scenario, if you can't hide, and that's one of the survivability onions, is to hide, use distance to try and make it difficult to find you. Use maneuver to make it difficult to find you. And OBS is disconnecting and reconnecting. And it's happy now, again.
Yep. Error 2000.
Yeah, it's always fun when OBS does that.
Yeah, Twitch died. Or YouTube died.
It's now back. Hello. Sorry, OBS did OBS things.
Not at the same address.
What?
We now have two 225s. I think.
No, it seems to be running the original one.
The YouTube one seems to be okay so far. I mean, there's a lag.
It did fix itself.
Okay,
we're good.
It's good. There was a glitch in Matrix. Yes, that happens often when we're talking about these things because I don't think the Matrix likes us talking about good defense capability because that might stop the Matrix's plan to take over. Nice to get everyone. Why have so many Nice to get everyone. Why have so few missile frigates and missile destroyers incorporated stealth elements into their design? Most have. It's just how much stealth. Again, it's a case of if you stealth up the vessel too much, you're actually going to impede its ability to fight. Also, so that's your problem. You can go, okay, I want to go fully stealth. That's great. But you've now made it very difficult to actually do its combat job. So yes, it's able to hide brilliantly. But the aircraft carrier it's defending still can't hide, and you've now no longer got the firepower you need to be able to defend that. Or the convoy you need to defend.
The other thing is that what they're trying to do with the stealth is to reduce... It's kind of, if there is incoming... So on a big scale, your way of hiding is the ocean is freaking huge. Mm-hmm. So provided you aren't transmitting and radiating electromagnetic signals, you can just hide in the ocean. You don't have to do anything else. You're just over the horizon. People can't see you. Next level is, and kind of then the other role for stealth is really about somebody is actually shooting at you. This is not a good thing. What you want to do is to have a signature that is sufficiently small that you can pack quite a lot of decoys that will give off a similar sort of return to you in kind of the little couple of inch caliber, couple of inch wide rockets and things like that, so that the missiles then don't know what they're targeting, because especially if they're going hypersonic, a moment's in uncertainty like that and they've missed, because they don't have dither time.
Okay, yeah, and Zumwalts are not full stealth destroyers. If you want to see a full stealth ship, go look at a Visby class corvette, and then look at the Zumwalt class. The Zumwalt class have flat decks. Why? because they need to support their guns and their missiles and their operations of their larger ships. They have a very large flat space for a flight deck because, again, their needs for operations. So they are stealthed, and they are stealthed slightly more because they are the littoral operation ship versus the oceanic operation ship, which is the Burke. But they are still not fully stealthed. So it's it's a capability spectrum. It's where you draw that line.
But they also have I think people think that the Zumwalts are more stealthy and cool than in some ways they are, because they went for other innovations in the design, like the what's it called?
There is the impression of some people have that stealth makes you disappear, and no, stealth just makes you harder to see. It makes you necessarily not detectable as longer ranges. Stealth does not make you disappear. Stealth is not a cloaking system.
Your stealth works against certain wavelengths. If you're wearing camouflage, you are stealthed against certain electromagnetic wavelengths. If you have angles, if you have lots of little angled bits or curved bits and a bit of radar absorbent material, you're stealthed against certain wavelengths. But as I think got pointed out in the past, the really long wavelengths that were used on things like the World War II chain home system may actually still pick up some of these things.
Disturbingly, yes.
Because they're not designed to protect against that. Now, the problem is you can't guide a missile in on that, but you could send somebody up to go and smile and wave and, say hello to them.
Yeah. Senator Canary, you can bring back one practice from the Age of Sail in a modern navy. What do you choose? Royal Dockyards.
Rum.
Royal Dockyards. Rum. The Royal Navy never got... Well, I suppose they got rid of giving people their daily tot, but yeah.
Yeah, Royal Docks. I will accept as a second best from giving everyone a reasonable chunk of rum every day.
So... Yeah.
Because I'm told that aboard certain ships, the other elements of the traditional trio are still available. Or is that 3-para mortar platoon? I forget.
Scale mod apprentice. Thermal sub destroyers. They're 60,000 tons. The thing is, look, if we start using tonnage as a decider for what a ship is or ship isn't, we're a problem with destroyers, because their original destroyers, torpedo destroyers, were a couple of 100 tons. So yeah, they're a lot bigger than that. And the thing is, cruisers today will be expected to do more, because I was talking about it before. The reason why ships have expanded so much in size is because, A, what we expected them, but B, also what they carry. If you think about it, nowadays when we're designing a ship, about a third of the space is taken up by crew of the hull volume, in terms of the personnel, but also their supplies, etc. Everything going. A third is taken up by roughly a quarter to a third is taken up by power and power generation. A remaining quarter is taken up by computer systems, in terms of the hull volume, and the rest is taken up by weapon systems. So computers and sensors. Modern warships are basically floating server farms. They have a huge amount of computing power in them. And this is one of the issues which comes up when we start talking about going, well, we want to make this ship general purpose. We want to make it just as good at anti-submarine warfare as air defense. Really? Oh, good. Well, you're going to need even more computers then. Why? Because the reason why we call something an anti-air warfare destroyer is its computers are vastly focused on anti-air warfare and are designed around programming and supporting that. We talk about anti-submarine warfare, again, they are focused on that. And you might think, okay, Alex, what's the difference between computers for that? Well, you see, Anti-submarine warfare tends to be a longer-running engagement listening to harmonics over a longer period. So you have to pick out very small sounds which keep recurring over a longer period. That's incredibly RAM intensive, because you need to maintain a lot of data active in your RAM and actively looked at. However, for anti-air warfare, that is usually, it takes place at a higher speed, with a lot of things coming in at once, but you need to make target identification and track the data and provide target fire control and firing data for those multiple targets at once. That's a lot of processing you need. So one requires a lot of RAM, one requires a lot of processing. But let's be honest, the ASW doesn't require that, doesn't require a small amount of processing, and the anti-air warfare capability doesn't require a small amount of RAM either. And if you want to have both systems, good luck, and then you've got the coolant for the computers. That's actually one of the interesting things I was having a discussion with the other day with the Naval architect was literally cooling engines and managing to get rid of the hot gases from engines in a way which doesn't create a thermal plume, which doesn't create a thermal train for a ship, is actually quite easy. Working out how you're going to cool the computers down in a way that doesn't start to boil the oceans, that is the difficulty. So yeah, that's the funnel. That's why ships have got so big, because we're expecting them to do so much, and because the modern weapon systems require so much in the way of computing support. Sadu, nice months away. Everyone who's tried to purchase a game computer knows this. Yeah, the two people who can actually buy RAM and graphics cards at the moment: the armed forces and AI programming companies.
Obligatory comment about AI.
Yeah, although the suggestion from Herbert that use waste heat from computers to run a steam turbine, free power, don't joke about it. They actually have looked into this. As a power generation technique. They just decided that it wasn't necessarily reliable enough in its consistent usage to provide a reliable flow. But they have looked at it.
I want to say New York City has recently done something where the stock exchange, any of the data centers in the city are now starting to get their heat put into the city steam network. Mm. They're using the steam network in the city as a heat sink, basically.
Yeah.
Mm. Good.
How good. If Denmark and Sweden close the Danish straits for ships to and from Russia, what will Russia do in revenge? Okay, so they're going to complain loudly. They're probably going to try and force it with warships. The thing is, the Danish can claim it's not. You're not only allowed to passage through as a warship if you're doing innocent passage. And if they claim they're not doing innocent passage, which is an interesting phrase, because innocent passage means you should be passing through the waters without the desire to do or carry out acts of violence. It's what was used in World War I to justify the British not being able to go through and the Germans not being able to go through the Straits. And you know, it's a fun one. So I would say the Russians will probably try. The Russian sanctions may be less issue. What the Russians might try and do is they might try and cause trouble for the Finns and the Baltic states, because they can't cause much fun directly for Denmark and Sweden. And that could be their angle, because they could just treat it as NATO, so we're going to cause trouble for NATO. Because, again, going after Denmark and Sweden, those are two countries which are kind of... I'm not saying they're difficult to muck around with for Russia, but they are difficult for Russia to muck around with, because they compete in different markets and they compete in different ways, and it's one of those things of I wouldn't be surprised if there are economic sanctions if things like Lego, etc., and all these things are banned in Russia or something like that. But what'll happen will happen.
It's a good thing Russia doesn't have any neurodivergent people thanks to their strong conservative values.
Well, also the nice way they probably just produce a Russian version of it. And Taiki, yeah. That's honestly a big issue of a lot of the logarithms. We have super highly performance ones, but ones that are performant and robust enough for the military, few. Yep. And those that we do have require a huge amount of processing power. And as Carl's also added it in, these computers don't just need to be protected from dust. They need to be protected from damage in terms of shock damage. They need to be protected from heat. They need to be protected from being too cold. They need to be protected from water. They need to be protected from EMP. The computers take up a lot of space on ships. They really do. And I once had this conversation with someone going, oh, well, no, the actual computers don't take up space. I then said, well, let's add in their cooling systems. Let's add all in the networking cables, all the sensor systems, all the things you do to adjust for those sensor systems. And that's how you get to your third of ship. But sometimes people go, oh, the actual computers, they take up they don't take a third of ship. I'm not talking about just the computers. It's the cooling systems. It's the computer systems. That's why I use that phrase. It's the systems around them. It's the sensors, everything that goes into them. It takes up a huge amount of space and huge amount of design effort.
It's the same as talking about the weapon systems, which includes all of the spot. In World War II terms, it's the spotting, the computers, and the everything out, the ammunition hoists, and all of that.
Yeah.
It's not just the bit that goes bang.
Yeah.
Also, let's say we agree with that statement, which we don't, but let's say we do. Laugh and say we do. Take a look at the service equipment that you need for a 500 megawatt service or a 500 kilowatt service, even a tenth that. 500 kilowatts by American standards is a lot of room. And yeah, most of this equipment is going to be 220, 60 hertz. But some of it may even be 277, 60 hertz. But that's still a lot of volume that you need to power that equipment. And on top of that, that is a lot of generator winding volume that you need to power that equipment. This is not, that scope of equipment could fill the lit room I'm currently sitting in.
Yeah. And
that's me being very, very tight on minimum approach distances for maintenance and such.
At Parmenter, if the 17 provinces managed to break away whole from Spain instead of the 7 in the 80 Years' War, how do you see their navy in the 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th centuries? Well, if it's a full 17 provinces, then they are probably going to be they're probably going to be similar again. Especially the 17th, 18th, 17th and 18th centuries. Again, it's going to be backbone is going to be the merchant fleet, the merchant admiralties, etc. But probably the admiralties will be slightly bigger, as maybe not all provinces will have their own admiralty. Maybe the provinces will combine. Some of the provinces will combine, but also they're going to have more resources in terms of people. They're going to be a slightly larger, slightly stronger country because of that. But they're also going to have to concentrate more with land wars as well, because they're not going to be the same defensible heart as they were historically, where you could flood sections and just go, yeah, now you can't get us. And basically, they're going to be stronger navies, but they're probably not going to be structurally that much different, because they're still facing the same scenarios. Although they are going to be a much stronger nation, have much more defensive depth in terms of their personnel, in terms of their capabilities. I think that's also going to have... Let's see. It's going to have an effect on Germany. Because the original 17 provinces... Yeah, they go quite far into dark, especially when we sort about... Well, to be honest, it's going to have to be something done about Lingen. It's going to have to be connected in somehow. Possibly Benthim's going to be expanded. Possibly they're going to have to expand Grunga Drent as well up to sort of that river so they can link in with Lingen. There'll be a. Well, they'll have the whole of basically they'll have a large chunk of modern Belgium, Luxembourg, and a good chunk of modern Germany as well in their territory, and they'll probably need to expand a bit as well up to some rivers to give themselves some extra security. But yeah, it would be interesting, but it would be a fight for them as well. Dan? I think I spoke over you a second there. Dan?
I was just wondering whether the
You went very quiet.
problem they would come across would be the French squishing them.
No, the French probably would eventually would want to, but it's a case of
Before they can get organised, was my concern, because
that
bigger.
Yeah,
'Cause
it's the French are mostly at this point dealing with other parts of France, so they've got a little bit of time. You know, at certain points, you have to remember. At certain points, the Bretons, aka the citizens of Brittany, have constructively managed to defeat the entire French army on several occasions.
That's because they're kind of Cornish.
Well, yeah. I sent you the video the other day of what the Cornish are like. Oh, by the way, congratulations to the World Jousting Champion. Again, it's a Cornish lady. Yeah. She's apparently been champion a couple of years in a row. She competes, as I understand, I think she competes against everyone and has won, so yes.
Yeah, from what I can tell looking at the stuff, they don't
No.
It isn't something that's gender divided.
No, so she has beaten everyone.
Woot.
And again, as I give you the history of, in Cornwall you have choices, there are three, basically, the three occupations are mining, farming, and fishing for most of the period, right? And for all these occupations, you usually have male and female occupations. The women involved in mining were mostly the ones who were grinding it up into were working on it to grind it up and turn it into a fine powder. So they'd be using sledgehammers all day. The fishermen's wives were, of course, gutting the fish. While the fishermen were out bring the catch back, the women would gut it, while the fishermen would go out and get more. And the farmer's wives, well, if you've never had an argument with a farmer's wife, then you're a safe person. So, yeah, in the nicest way, there were many good reasons to never invade Cornwall. Most of them belong to the fact that the professions meant that you didn't have a chance of either gender winning the fight.
You would probably be best off landing when the menfolk are around, rather than kind of when all the fishermen are out at sea and the miners are down the mines, because the men are probably more likely to take prisoners.
I don't know. Again, when that's the legal professions. The illegal professions were, of course, wrecking and smuggling, which were engaged in by both. So both quite happily. So, again, wrecking doesn't usually involve taking prisoners.
What is wrecking?
It's when you lure a ship onto rocks to wreck it, so you can then salvage the goodies.
Basically, you fake out a lighthouse. It's one of the reasons why there are so many wrecks on the Cornish coast. People say it's because it's a treacherous coast. It is, but not necessarily just because of the rocks. Carrot 151. What do you think about the scientists who have reanimated slices of dead brain and attached them to a robot and trained to play piano, a la 40k? Scientists are going to science? Look, this is
Even in death, I still serve.
One of the things I have worked out a long time ago was that when you're dealing with engineers and scientists, the questions they ask are usually, can we do stuff, not should we. And I say this in the nicest way. There are very few. There are some, but there are very few. Again, I was a historian in the engineering department. There are very few who sort around, look around and go, yeah, should we be doing this? What are the consequences of this? What are long-term realities of this? Because they're there to invent the future, and that's a good thing. Okay? It just means sometimes it's other people have to spoil their fun and go.
Basically, there are far too many engineers, read most of them, who look at the Torment Nexus as an aspirational goal.
Waiting to other science attack. What was the most difficult question you've been asked in class? Not really had difficult ones this week. Most strange comments I've had this week is I had two. I've had one who was a person who keeps going to almost every video of mine and going, "Jesus loves you."
Yeah, that's a spam bot.
I'm not sure why. I will hoping it's a spam bot. And there's another person who's commented on a couple of videos. Along the lines of, I follow you, I like your thought process, I like your thinking, but you're wrong, but don't worry, that's because all of the intelligence history people have gone off a psychological cliff in the last year or so, sort of vaguely like that, are all nuts or something like that. And they don't actually say what points in the video they disagree with. So I have no ability to respond. And they don't actually say why they don't say what is wrong or why it's wrong. Or give me sources. So I have no idea. They're just commenting like that. And I'm sitting there going, I don't know how to respond to you. I'm just not going to bother. The second one changes the topic, changes the phrasing enough that I don't think they're a spam bot.
It's still, you don't have to be a spam bot to be a spammer.
No. Nice segment. How probably do you see the Type 83 would have incorporated stealth elements in design before it was killed this time? Killed the first time. Yeah, it was going to. In a nice way, all the designs and graphics for it had it stealthed. Like the Type 26 and like the Type 8, it's going to be stealthed to the level of the Type 26, Type 40. Type 45 will be if it was made now. I think it's going to be stealthed to an appropriate level, but is it going to be a stealth ship? No. It's going to be stealthed, but not a stealth ship. Because, again, what's its profile? What was the Type 83's job? Sit with a carrier task group and basically go, come on if you think you're hard enough. The thing is, how do I put this? If I'm going to protect against an individual threat, assassin, yes, maybe a ninja is a suitable guard. But if I'm protecting against probably a large number of people are going to be attacking, I'm probably going to go for someone from the samurai side of the family, not the ninja side. Someone who is far more, a far more normal conventional soldier, who is heavily armed and armoured. Because a ninja is going to do light, efficient precision strikes. which is great against a small number of targets or one threat. But if you've got a large number of threats going to be coming at you from multiple angles, that's not really what you want. You probably can, for the same money you would hire a ninja, you can hire about 3 or 4 samurai who can protect you from the multiple angles. And that's the thing, because the stealth also at a certain level costs money, and it costs capability. One of the things with the Zumwalts is that realistically, some of the design decisions were taken because it makes sense from a stealth design perspective, which fitted with their literal role. But it's also one of the reasons why, when they were looking at them, they worked out, well, hang on, if what we need is more vessels like the Burke to basically roll the punches and keep fighting on, that's a better fit than a Zumwalt adapted to a Burke. Although I still think a Zumwalt adapted to a Burke would have been a better fit, but it's because it already looks like it's gone down the stealth route.
And also, stealth is more appropriately titled low observability, I think is the phrasing is used.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's not like, I think most people in chat are going to know this, but for those that, it's not less like the Stealth Boys in like Fallout franchise or Cloakfield from Stargate Atlantis, and more like a camouflage.
Mm-hmm.
A really good, real tree camouflage.
Basically, it's more like ghillie suit. Joel Fredericks, do you think the KPN might develop a nuclear torpedo? They already have an SLBM program, but adding more nuclear attack options might be a good alternative. I'm sure they're going to work on it. Honestly, the Korean People's Navy tend to have a policy of going for everything. How many they'll be able to build, how long it will take them to do, how reliable it will be in reality, that is all up for debate. You see, there is a level of saying you have something.
Material can they put together?
Yeah, that's going to be fun. But the question is always, claiming you have it is one thing. Actually having it's another. Actually having it in a deployable form is a third thing. Actually having it in quantity in a deployable form is a fourth thing. And the Korean People's Navy is very good at the first two. The next two are the problems. For obvious reasons, because honestly their government likes to suddenly go, hang on, no, we want to develop this, and they move their limited resources budget and their limited number of very highly skilled people from one project to another project to another project. OMG, hello. If given the choice, would you remove SSBNs and trade SSNs for SSKs for a surface fleet akin to the JMS Deer fleet? No. No. The thing is, for Britain, it needs SSNs because it needs to do the global reach. For Japan, the SSKs are mostly about their sea lines of communication and protection of Japan itself. For Britain, it's a longer range operation, so it's looking at the high Arctic, it's looking at the Falklands, all these things. For that means SSNs make sense. As for the ballistic missile submarines, I think there have been enough lessons recently as to what happens to countries which are rich enough, interesting enough targets that have depended upon nuclear weapons for their security when they get rid of nuclear weapons. What happens to them in security-wise? I don't want to be another lesson in that learning curve.
Yeah, I really, really hate nuclear weapons. Since visiting Hiroshima, I hate them even more.
Mm-hmm.
I am also well aware that you can't put the genie back in the bottle. And I'd rather we have some to try and make anyone else think twice.
Yep. It's rather similar. That was the lasting thing of Hiroshima. Dan almost getting lynched. Because of colleagues. But, yeah. Dan was very lucky. Dan managed to get through the Hiroshima Memorial without getting lynched. And didn't come close to it.
No, I just got emotionally overwhelmed.
Yeah. I think we all were in the end.
And then decided I also needed to be away from people.
We basically went and devoured food, and then devoured a second amount of food not too long afterwards. Dan didn't get lynched. Didn't almost get lynched. No, Dan was good the whole way through. I had next to me, and you gotta love him. He one of our colleagues. He thinks out loud, and he thought out loud in the middle of a whole load of Japanese grandmas, basically, that it was better on a certain level that the nuclear weapons actually were used in World War II than they were saved than they weren't, because if they hadn't been used, they'd have been used in the Korean War, and we might not have been able to see how devastating they were then, and so we might have used them more freely since. And that is a interesting theoretical discussion point to have, and it is a point of discussion which is worth thinking about, yes, although personally I prefer they weren't used at all, but we'll leave that to one side. But it's also, there's a time and place when you don't have it. And in the middle of the Hiroshima Memorial is not the place to have it. I'm sorry, it's just not. And I was sitting at a time, when it was being said, I was actually looking at the remnants of a school uniform which had been put together from 3 different kids had all died. And it looked exactly like my school uniform from when I was at primary school. It was exactly the same. And I was sitting there thinking that through and just absorbing that. And suddenly this person next to me pats me on the shoulder and says that out loud. And it was just a case of, okay! Yeah, alright.
I know who we're talking about, but is duct taping mandatory travel supply with this guy?
My policy is always, Joel, there's 2 wrongs don't make a right. And yeah. It's a thing of, I would say a lot of these things are some bad conflict management. There was really bad conflict management going on in the late 1930s. PDP processor, what is the top speed of a submerged object not to suffer the cavitation effects? Well, cavitation effects... Ooh.
It's going to depend on your shape.
Yeah, it depends more on your shape than your speed.
Because if you're probably somewhere between you kind of want to be a backwards bullet. Shape almost, don't you?
Basically,
so slightly. You want to have a long tapering tail.
Well, it's more a hazard effect on things like your propeller shafts. Well, not propeller shafts, on your screw blades and your propellers, those sort of things. Okay, it's going to have more of an impact on those than anything else in cavitation in terms of damage. And it can literally rip holes in your propeller, in your blades if you're not correct. So it's angle. It's a case of basically cavitation is when you get vapor-filled cavities in a liquid being formed by the static pressure reducing the liquid's vapor pressure, reducing sort of below the liquid's vapor pressure. So basically the liquid starts to turn into a gas. And you can, at a certain level, this maximizes noise, this is all sorts of things. So minimizing it is what you do. And you do that by your shaping of your blades, angling the blades, and and how they're made. But it's also one of the reasons why you're moving to pump jets and those things. Because basically at a certain point you can only do that up to roughly around about 45, I think, knots. And then it becomes very difficult to really start to move it.
Yeah, because it's the problem is it's kind of in moving the water, which you want your propeller blade to do, to make you go far, to make you go where you want to go, to some extent you create the conditions that, as they build up, will lead to cavitation.
And as Thomas Gardner is also, depth at which the orbit travels also affects the speed. Water pressure matters, yeah, because water pressure has an effect on the liquid's
Boiling point.
It's
Point
static.
refers to pressure.
It has effects on its static pressure, which has effect on its boiling point, or either point it turns into vapor pressure. So yeah, there's a lot of maths involved in getting it right, but yeah, it can be fun. But it's also one of the reasons why, if you look at some of the submarines from the 1970s, 80s, they start to develop some really funky looking propellers. Really funky looking propellers. Let's take it everyone. Why aren't the Aegis combat system fitted to carriers like New 4 class?
Why would you want it?
Because Aegis is a radar system tied into a VLS system.
Yeah, Aegis is a command and control for a VLS system, not a wide area combat command system for aircraft carriers.
That's your, what is it, 16 and things? And
yeah,
Aegis is is your missile system. You don't have the you have aircraft to do that.
Okay.
You know, with sexy pilots on them in them.
Okay. So basically, the radar system you need for a carrier is going to be different than the radar system you need for an air defense asset. And in terms of its command and control system, you might use the same radar, but the system you need below to command and coordinate the information is different. Because if you're looking for the carrier system, it's talking about combat air control. It's talking about supporting things like providing basically a support unit that takes over and provides information on what's going on around it, and long range especially, for dealing with the air battle and the effects of the air battle, as well as to an extent surface search, but it's looking at the air picture and sorting out its aircraft and negation, especially if Hawkeyes go down and they can't do their forward command and control. And you might need to turn on your radar then, especially if your Aegis ships are too busy and too focused on dealing with the air defense battle. Because that's what they have their radar. Their radar is designed around picking out targets along their way and plopping missiles on them as rapidly and as quickly as possible, not on deconflicting and working out the air battle, complexities of an air battle. And lots of people talking about VLS creating FOD on a flight deck. Yeah, there is issues with missiles on the flight deck. Foxhound. You got set people on Twitter to do this, so I want your opinion. My view is that if the UK and the Hologram get attached, the UK will prioritise protecting the UK. I've had people thank you suggest it's okay for Ireland to be defenceless. The UK will. If the UK and Ireland, Republic of Ireland get attacked, the UK prioritise protecting the UK. I've had people thank you suggest it's okay for Ireland to be defenceless, as the UK will harm itself to protect Ireland. They seem rather horrified when I suggest this wasn't true. What's your opinion? To an extent, defending Ireland is in the UK's interests.
Also, don't forget the northern bit of Ireland is British, or part of the United Kingdom.
Okay. Can I finish?
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
So, to an extent, defending Ireland is in the UK's interests. But, in a scenario where the UK has increasing limited resources, Ireland cannot afford to rely on the scenario that the UK will pick. If they have to choose between defending the UK or defending Ireland, which they will defend. Because in a nicer way, is if the British at the moment we have roughly theoretically 4 batteries for surface-to-air missiles, the CAM batteries. Theoretically, roughly 4. Okay. In reality, it's closer to 2. Do you think we deploy one of them to Ireland to help defend Ireland? No. They'll be deployed around the UK to defend the UK's territory, and they still won't be enough to defend the UK. So that's the problem. If we were in a scenario where the UK was the UK of, I don't know, the late 1940s, early 1950s, where it had still quite a large chunk of its defence capability, then Ireland could ultimately rely on the British turning up with forces to defend them. But the reality is now that doesn't exist. That armed forces doesn't exist. Yet Ireland sometimes acts like it does. The Royal Navy has 6 Type 45 destroyers. They have less than that in terms of Type 23 frigates available. The Type 26s are just not started coming online yet. The simple terms is, the British might want to defend the Ireland, but if they have limited resources, they might well be positioned in a choice where they can defend the UK or defend Ireland. They're going to pick the people who elect them. So that's the reality. And we have nothing equivalent to, as I talked about this before, we have got nothing equivalent in our inventory to Patriot. We've got no Patriot equivalent system in the UK inventory. Nothing like that. We have got CAM. That's it. And CAM is a very good missile. But it's when you start to look sort of at the Aster missile system. And you go, okay, so we bought these for the Navy. Well, there is a land variant. Well, they are a variant of a land-based system in some regards. So the thing is, they could have bought SAMP-T, which is the surface-to-air medium range land-based system. Yeah, there is a mobile SAM system which is around, and it could have been procured, and we would have had the same systems on our destroyers, but we didn't. The reason we didn't was because we would always have enough fighter aircraft to provide defence of the UK and UK territories, so we didn't need to have the missiles.
Guess what, folks?
And the thing is, we didn't need a Patriot, so we didn't have the Patriot system, because the idea was because we could guarantee America, Germany, all our allies would have enough of the systems. The trouble is, do they have enough of the systems to send them to us? That's the problem, like. A lot of decisions were made based on, we can afford not to have this equipment because our allies have it in sufficient quantities that if we need it, we can get them to send one. And now they don't have them in enough quantities either. Nobody has enough missiles. Nobody has enough of these systems. That's the scenario we're dealing with. I love the world. I love it. It's one of those things. And sometimes you look at the criteria and you go look through. You heard it when I did the Strategic Defence Review papers. I went through them. The amount of times, this will be provided by allies. Yeah, the trouble is the allies aren't capable of providing it anymore either. It doesn't matter who it is. It could be Russia, it could be anyone. There's all sorts of actors who could launch a strike and you're not prepared for it. That's one of the things of... in a nicest way, if you focus your defense on just, oh, we're only going to bother if there's an actor who we can specifically see is a threat. Usually by the time they're a threat, they've worked up and they're a problem. And you don't have it's going to take you a while to develop a counter to it. If you just have good, solid layered defense as a standard, then even if an actor does show up, you're available. If an actor doesn't show up, oh, I've got an extra, One of the things I sometimes get into is people go, oh, well, I don't see a current threat. And I go, that's fine. Do you lock your house? Well, do you see a criminal outside now who's going to burgle your house? If you don't see them, why are you locking your house? Because there's not an obvious threat. Why have locks on your house, and why have doors? Why have gates on your garden, anything like that, if you can't see the threat, if the threat's not in front of you?
Because you're also going to deter a layer of threat, or a level of threat, simply because you're raising the bar of, you must be X high or X size to take me on.
Yeah.
Until less and less people can actually do that, or think they can do that. So this is the kind of, sic pacem parabellum thing.
Yes, in times of peace, prepare for war. Because it allows you to be available.
It means that if somebody says they want to go to war with you, they're going to have to spend a lot more money, which also gives you more warning. And to be honest, spending on defense, if you're doing it within your own country, then a lot of it's in kind of investment. It's a public sector project in the same way that something like
for the British, if you were buying the SAMP-T missile system and etc. all this thing, you'd be buying basically the same missile used for Aster for the Type 45s. So it could be you could quite easily make sure it was a common missile pool. In which case, it's just increasing what you're already getting, not adding on a whole new layer of expense. Mister, at what point is this champagne taste with beer budgets? It is and it isn't, okay? One of the problems for the UK is we underspend on defence. If we consider, we should be spending roughly 100 billion a year is what the budget should be. Which, that's only getting up to the NATO minimum. We currently spend 72, 73 billion a year, roughly. And a lot of our issues would go away if we were spending the amount of money we're supposed to. The entire black hole in UK defence spending between the projects our governments have signed up for and the amount of money they're providing to fund defence would go away. This is one of the fun things I find in defence budget in the UK, but also in other countries. The government takes the decision to sign up to X programme, and then Citizen goes, we haven't got the money for it. So why did you sign up for it then? Because we need it for our national security. So why haven't you funded it then? Because we haven't got the money for it. What the... That's so blooming illogical!
It's political logic.
It's insane! It's absurd. But also, there is a level of... How do I put this? In terms of, again, you're talking about beer, champagne taste with peer budgets. Again, if you consider it, if you're talking about house security, I'm talking about putting a lock on a gate on it, a gate on your door. There is the whole level up beyond that, which is when you get security cameras, employ a night watchman. Admittedly, I have dogs, but that's not because of their security virtues. So the thing is, that's the scenario you're talking about. You can do. There are lots of layers to these things. I would say putting a lock and a gate on your house and your garden and door, or those, is not really a champagne budget. That's a necessity. Yes, it's not going to be cheap, but it's a necessity. It's a not beer budget so much as the bread and milk budget.
It's also you end up with the false economies because you're buying a handful of things.
Yes.
And so having to pay the kind of boutique prices for bespoke, handcrafted things that actually you need in the sort of numbers that would make Henry Ford stutter.
That is the big problem with the missile programs. Again, the missile are procuring
You
the
know,
actual individual missiles, because you don't procure you do all the
so-
research and development to develop these missiles, but you then don't procure them enough numbers to justify the systems you need to keep them.
yeah. And if you procure them in greater numbers, then the different things that go into them may well become to some extent cheaper because it's things like say the kind of they've probably got fuel, the whoever hand however you make say the fuel for them will be able to invest in making more of the fuel, and so may be able to get efficiencies of scale with that element of the production. I'm not saying that the computer chips and some of the other bits which are complex necessarily will be, but there are other bits which are mass and kind of can be done in bulk. But it's also that you're also running risks with that you're either going to end up having to do a lot of urgent operational requirement procurement, which is just going to be expensive and a compromise, or you're just not going to have a capability when you need it. And it's this kind of, and you do end up in these cycles of we've committed to too many projects, but we're not funding any of them, and we're barely keeping an army big enough. This is just as an example to actually maintain the skill set in all the different aspects of being a fully capable army. So just about enough tanks to maintain a working knowledge of how to do tanks, which, given we invented them, then forgot how to use them, then remembered, then put a not very good Leyland engine in one, and then got good again, is an issue. Artillery, air defense, infantry, engineering, all of those logistics, all of those sorts of things. To just have a kernel, a cadre that you can then build out on, you still need to be able to maintain. You can't preserve these skills in some sort of, deep freeze or something. And in terms of the inefficiencies, the one that gets me is I have patients sitting around in acute hospital beds, which are the most expensive thing this side of certain hotel rooms, and very few hotel rooms. The rate I heard was over 25 years ago, and it was £400-500 a night. So you have people sitting there in those whilst we wait to decide who is going to pay, or which mechanism is going to be used for them to pay for the nursing home they're going to go to. That is expensive. It might be £1,500 a week. That's still less than spending £450-500 a night in somewhere that isn't the right place. But we do that.
Yay! It's fun. It is. Thank you, Bruno. What I would then go to quickly respond to one of the things in the chat, because I think it's Wardbro says, what you need to do is get rid of all the king's forces and all the king's men. Okay, so just to clarify, because this one comes up quite a bit, so I'm not picking it up like you pointed it, so I'm just using you as an example. The Crown Estate generates 1.2 billion a year. The official sovereign grant for the royal family to do all the duties that they require is 140 million a year, roughly. So the estate, basically the 1.2 billion gets paid to the British government from the Crown Estates, and the royal family gets 140 million out of that to fund what they do for national activity. Now, admittedly, some people like to put up their expenses more and say that I think the largest expense I've seen listed, which was actually itemized, not someone just giving out a figure, was 250 million. So your argument is between them providing between 6 and 8 times as much, between roughly 8 to 6 times as much money a year the royal family's crown estate to provide to the government than cost it. So basically, they're not the cost at all. They're not costing us any money. I'm sorry, there are lots of things which are costing the British government money. The royal family isn't one of them. And thank you, Nightwolf. I think that's Nightwolf. Usually you get away with blue car. And then to Joel Fredericks. Why does the RCN maintain landing platform docks at Spratly Islands? You are right to an extent. They would be potentially served better by smaller ships. But the Spratly Islands and their interest in there are they want a status asset to send down there. And so they have the LPDs they do. So it's Spratly Islands.
Also, eventually China will reconquer Western Taiwan.
No. Okay, Nigerian, can we call the 400 to 500,000 ton 1976 Ultra Carrier proposals the Tillman of supercarriers? You could make that case, but you should remember that there has been, as of 2024, I think, there was someone came up with in America, I think it was something like a 750,000 ton aircraft carrier design, and I'm fairly sure I've seen ones come out from China which have been about that big as well. Them arguing, twin. I think that one was the twin-hulled, twin-island catamaran supercarrier, just massive thing, and you sit there and go, and where are you planning on dry docking that? Let alone operating it, but where about dry docking? And can it actually turn around, or does it just sail around the water in a straight line? I know. Paul Emmas, having watched Sal's What's Going On with Shipping, on the issues of USN logistics train and what would need to rectify it, how much would the Royal Navy have to change its virtually non-existent levels of Royal Fleet auxiliary vessels to support them properly now, and how much more when in a war situation? The RFA would have to basically quadruple in size. Realistically. Because whilst people go, hang on, we've got a reduced Navy to support it, they forget that to support it, you don't just need the ship there with the force. You need the ship going back to refuel. You need the ship fueling up, and you need the ship on its way. So basically, whatever you need to support the existing force at sea, you need about 4 times as many ships. Again, this comes into the whole scenario I was talking about in the beginning in terms of the ships and the ship numbers, etc. When talking about what's available, what's operational, what's available. So you've got to take your 4 ships, which have got to be operational going around, from what you have in your total force. So they've got to come from basically your operational available numbers. So if you think about that, if you need those 4 ships for resupply, you need at least 12 ships overall, probably 15. Maybe even more. To guarantee you have them available for that operation. Because they're going to be going backwards and forwards. So yeah, things are fun. Night to everyone. As the USN would be better off with 24 missile cruisers and 29 Flight 2 Ticonderoga class cruisers, would that negate the need for the BBGM? Why are you rebuilding a Flight 2 of the Ticonderogas class? Why? You've got Flight 3 of the Burks. You don't need more. If you want missile cruisers, that's fine, but in the nicest way, the missile cruiser design and the difference between that and the BBGN is not that far off. One of the interesting things I've done recently was I spent a lot of time going look at the latest submissions for the US Navy put forward for their cruisers, which were nuclear powered, and the Defiant class battleships, whatever you call them, and the differences between them is not that great. We're talking not a lot of difference. And as I've said before, to my mind, it was a rebranding project of the US Navy suddenly fed up with how many times they've had cruisers turned down, and they just went, well, this government might let something else through, so let's call it a battleship and see if it rolls, because we just aren't getting it any other way. We'll see what happens. Royal Fleet Auxiliary, yeah, RFA. John Fredericks, if Trump actually gets Congress to budget his plans to switch back to steam catapults, how do you spend the budget as the USN that by law you must spend but not actually switch back to steam? If Trump actually gets Congress to back his plans, and it's not really... His plans at the moment are to investigate it, okay? I know there's a lot of people talking about it's a foregone thing, but at the moment the planning wording is, as far as I'm reading it, is investigate and look into it. If they do end up... The thing is, if they do end up going back to steam catapults, it's most likely going to be because of the issues they've got with the contractor and the company and the maturity of emails than necessarily a political argument. So the thing is, if the study does find that actually, you know what, well, for this shit we might be better off going back to steam catapults to retain the capability while we still got it for steam catapults as an insurance in case emails doesn't mature, they might do it. It might be on a case-by-case basis. They might alternate ships. Nice way, we are talking about a navy which has a history of producing battleships where some had triple expansion engines and some had turbines in the same class. So it would not be beyond the scope of everything for the US Congress to go down the route of, well, we can't create another a competitor to hold the emails crew to account. We can't create competition for them, so what we'll do is we'll have half the carriers for a while built with steam catapults and half with emails. Myself, I hope they don't do it. I hope the study goes through and basically the competitors, as Rune already alluded to, get rid of some of their directors and actually find out what's wrong with the process and actually get things working properly. But if they don't, that could be the compromise that ends up coming out. Because at the moment, they've got a single source supplier who is late in deliveries. What they're delivering is not living up to the hype they've been selling it on. And yes, it's good. Yes, it works. Yes, it has advantages. But it's 6 of one and a half a dozen in the other at the moment because of the issues that the contractor and the issues are creating. Now, do I agree with the idea that steam is best? No. It's not that scenario. But there is a problem that you have a monopoly created virtually by the scarcity of supply and the scarcity of options. And realistically, the USN only has a certain amount of time before it loses the ability to start building steam catapults from scratch. At the moment, because of the systems it's still got in place for maintaining the steam catapults, it's still got the facilities to do it. And realistically, building another ordering another ship which hasn't even been laid down yet to be redesigned back to that is the cheapest option to keep that as a threat.
This is why we should continue building at a low production rate in a non-nuclear certified yard, turbine fleet carriers. But that's just my opinion on the matter.
And the problem for anyone who's talking about, I know someone's brought up because the Burks are out of their tonnage gain range. The Tychos actually have a smaller tonnage range than the Burks. You have to remember the Ticonderogas were built on the Spruance class hull, wasn't it? I'm just remembering from memory. Yeah, they were designed on the Spruance class hull, and yeah. And they basically, the Spruance is about an 8,000 ton ship. The Tychos are a 9,000 ton ship. The Spruance and the Tychos are an even longer, older, even more limiting design. In the nicest way, if you're going for anything, you're going for a Zumwalt, which is the largest surface combatant you have designed at the moment. So, nice way. The Tychos do not offer space. They were called cruisers, but you have to remember the reason they're called cruisers is they originally built to destroy leaders and rebranded as cruisers because Congress wanted to close the cruiser gap with the Soviet Union, but didn't want to pay money for building cruisers. So they rebranded the Tychos.
Wait, you mean you're not suggesting that somebody might actually, improve their capability instead of, just renaming something?
Don't get started. Stafford, so... Hello?
Wait,
Stafford,
I walked too forward from my phone.
okay, sorry. Stafford, so the Royal Navy has light frigate Type 30s, heavy frigates, well, normal frigates, Type 20s, ASW frigates, Type destroyers, general purpose large assets, they're called Type 80s. What do they classify modern cruisers? It would probably be a Type 80, but if you call it a cruiser. The numbers dictate what their role is, not what the 30 means they're a light surface combatant. 20 means it's an anti-submarine warfare vessel. So does teen means it's ASW warfare. 80 means it's a general purpose with air defense capability. 40 means it's an air defense vessel. So numbers do not equate to size.
Also, the numbers are only supposed to be there for the escorts.
Yeah, basically.
It came about because they were messing. Well, the one theory I've heard is it came about because they were messing around so much with the different refits of the World War II destroyers, sloops, frigates, everything to different capabilities. That a bit like the US did. What did they call the American version of doing that sort of thing?
They just called it the great bit of their refits, and they just reclassified things and turned some things and destroyer leaders into cruisers and all sorts of things.
No, but with things like the Essex class, they did the Fram.
Yeah, Fram. Not the Essex, but with the destroyers, they did a Fram. Yeah.
Yeah, so where they did the US frammed them, we codified them into a type system, which also I think was used to bamboozle the politicians
and the Treasury for a bit. It worked quite well for a while. AC-75. What?
So I was going to say it never applied to cruisers, but then again, Britain hasn't actually laid down a cruiser since 1944.
Are you telling me the Invincibles are not cruisers?
Well,
you telling me through-deck cruisers are not cruisers?
They're battle cruisers, possibly.
They are through-deck cruisers. AC-75. What qualities capabilities will the next generation torpedoes emphasize? Probably loiter time. And the Skirvel wasn't necessarily a blind alley, it was kind of a cool route, but it's basically... The Skirvel is part of the speed race between the British and the Russians over who would have the fastest torpedo. Okay. To answer on a Type 31 frigate, the British, in terms of VLS, have gone with 32 Mark 41 strike length VLS cells. Indonesia is fitted for 64 Rotersen midless cells, which I think the British ones are the strike length ones, and it can enable quad packing. The Rotersens, if I'm correctly, they are basically the British ones can take the bigger missile and can be quad packed. The Indonesian ones are a smaller missile which can't be quad packed. So that's the differential. But there again, theirs is more of an air defense package because they're the interesting Turkish missile system. I had to check that out, but I did have it in my notes. So the British also have a slightly heavier gun fit in some ways. Joe Fredericks, judging by the neighbourhood of Asian states, why is it in your opinion some of them are still producing frigates with only 16 VLS cells? With China next door, you'd think there'd be more urgency. It depends again on what you're thinking your ship's going to do. Is it a patrol frigate? Are you going to be quad? Also, if you're planning on quad loading your VLS, it's that 64 missiles. You might consider that's enough 64 Sea Sparrows or something like that, or 64 Cam. So there are reasons for it in terms of costs and maintenance as well. I'm not sure I agree with it. I think myself I'd be happier going with, if I'm going to go with that, I'd go with 32. But, you know, we'll see what happens. Night Security for 1. The Type 46 cruiser had orders in AAO. I presume that's an alternate history. 18...
Against
Yeah, the Type 46 cruiser had orders of 18 Royal Navy, 4 Royal Australian Navy, 4 Royal Canadian Navy, 2 Royal New Zealand Navy, 2 for Brazil, 2 for Dutch, and 3 for Philippines, with the first in service from 2004, which needs to be built in the UK. Well, all the British ones, of course. Probably the New Zealand ones. Potentially some of the Canadian, Australian ones. Probably the Brazilian ones. And possibly the Philippines ones, but they might, the Dutch might build those along with theirs. Odds
I
are.
can see the Australians building the ones for the Kiwis as well.
Potentially, but it's a case of the Kiwis might go with the Brits, because the Brits are building 18, then the costs are going to be cheaper in the UK than with the Australians setting theirs up to build 4.
Yeah. It's just the Aussies. I could see the Aussies discounting theirs and also trying to get the order for the Filipino ones.
Yeah, they'll probably try, but they'll probably get the maintenance contract, not the build contract.
Yeah.
Because let's be honest, the build contract is not going to be as exciting for them as the maintenance contract. Because if they get the maintenance contract, they probably also get the British British Far East maintenance contract as well.
Mm.
Well, that's annoying.
So
What's the alternate history of that is? AAO?
Against all odds. I think it's one where I don't think it's a Nazis won World War II, but it's a Nazi survived World War II or something.
Jesus Loves You All is back again and has done their latest comment as of 2 minutes ago.
Oh, goody.
Ban them.
They don't like saying Jesus loves you all. That's nice of them.
At this point, they're spamming. Ban them.
Yeah, but in the nicest way. I don't really. I just occasionally wind them up by posting back with my traditional family discussion point.
Jesus may love me, but there's no love like Christian hate, so I'm not certain how to roll with that one, boss.
No, my family's thing was may Brennan my family's thing was may Brendan guide your path, Sophia and Solomon your mind, and if it be necessary, Sebastian your bow and George your sword. That's how we send people off to war. Or off on travels.
Is there a patron saint of shields?
Hmm?
Is there a patron saint of shield and armor?
I'm not sure. Sebastian's the patron saint of archery. George is fairly good for swords.
Who is it?
Which is really funny because we say sword, but actually the family weapon which we always seem to go off with was an axe. But that's my family.
Probably some comment about a good axe being hard to beat.
Yeah. So what's the earliest you could have seen electrically scanned phased array radars on ships? Oh, that's really a lot of microelectronics.
You need microelectronics. You need what is it called? Photolithography?
Yeah. You are...
Basically.
The earliest you could really have phased array radar aboard ships... Look, the theory is a lot older than the actual systems. The theory's been around for a while. It was originally, the fun thing is the phased array has been around since, well, has been proven since 1905. But it's a case of actual producing it as an actual radar system. 19, maybe the late 1950s, but probably it's going to be the 1960s as it was historically. Right. Foxhound is wondering who the patron saint is of artillery. Stafford Thompson. How
Barbara.
Huh? Barbara.
Barbara.
No, that's armorers, isn't it? Barbara.
No, I think also artillery.
Also artillery. Stafford Thompson. How would Congress react if the USN went full Italian with the amount of guns paired on with a traditional VLS loadout based on a cruiser interpolation of a somewhat hull displacing 25,000 tons? Oh, they cancelled that. It's to be a cruiser.
You just have to jingle the right set of keys in front of them. Basically, under the current political constellation that we have, you really just need to jingle the right set of keys and say that the administration wants this, and it'll probably go through. Under a different constellation of political stars, you'd have to get like Auto Malera and General Dynamics and the other large gun tube manufacturers to throw some money in a pack somewheres, and it'll probably get through.
Why does the US Congress seem allergic to the term cruiser? I heard that the new battleships are internally called cruisers, but they're called battleships to get the president on board and thus Congress. We have no idea, but the US Navy's been trying to get cruisers built since about the 1980s and failing. This is one of the reasons why they've finally given up and called these ships battleships, and I've heard exactly the same thing, Scale Model Apprentice, and I've heard literally, as I said before, if you look at some of the most recent designs which were produced from their ongoing cruiser program, and you look at the Defiant class design, it's really not that different. It's slightly bigger, but it really isn't. They were even nuclear powered and even had the same gun layout.
The last explanation that I heard was that cruiser was too imperialist for the United States federal government to sign off on.
Yeah, so they have to go with battleships.
Destroyers. They prefer Star Destroyers and Death Stars.
Destroyers and battleships are less imperial than cruisers.
Yes. I believe that predates Star Wars, so I'll give them a pass on that one. Also, cruisers, I think, evoke institutional memory of being just as expensive as a capital asset, but not as capable.
The Alaska class.
Joe Fredericks, the Royal Malaysian Navy has introduced a new frigate. Unfortunately, Norway cancelled their naval strike missiles procurement. Turkish missiles won't arrive till 2030. So what can the Malaysians do with a frigate with no anti-ship missiles?
Presence.
Hopefully it's good for anti-submarine warfare, and it's got a good gun on it. That's basically it. Until you can fit missiles on it, that's it. And in a nice way, I'm talking just as the Royal Navy in the UK, which has really limited anti-ship capabilities, because the governments keep going, well, you procured some missiles. You procured 2 sets of launchers! At the moment, actually, I think we do actually have enough launchers for the number of ships we have in service. But that's because we don't have enough ships in service.
Yeah, it's never a good thing when under procurement then leads to, oh, we now match the numbers. That's not a good thing. We need more of both.
Right, check. How likely is it the LPAD Enforcer 15628 is chosen for the UK and Dutch program? Let's see. I think it's the one I'm thinking of. it's the likely one because it's Damon are producing it and proposing it. But we will see what happens. Basically, it's a likely option. It is but it is also a bit on the small side for both nations for what they need. But it's a likely option at the moment because honestly, both nations have mucked around with it enough that they're kind of backs are against the wall. And they need to do something.
Or we could just have a capability gap again.
Please don't say that out loud. Please don't say you'll tempt fate. Please don't say that out loud. Imperial, how ludicrous do you think is the idea that the CCV can run on 6,000 tons base Type 31? How large long would this vessel have to be to deploy, do everything it would be required to be effective at that? Oh, I've heard enough things about this. Yeah, good luck is my answer. Good luck and God bless you to try and cram it all into 6,000 tons. Good luck and God bless. I would say, honestly, you will not be that far off 10,000 tons by the time you're finished. Because the thing is, once you start looking at it going, this is not going to have to be just a communications hub, or a sensor or a command and control hub. It's also going to have to be a logistics and maintenance hub for those systems. And the thing is, we can't work out what their maintenance needs are going to be until we started procuring them. And we aren't procuring them yet. And as I said before, we are expected to be funding this change and all this beautiful transition on the next few years out of less than £300 billion of defence spending over the next 4 years, when it should be roughly £400 million. We are allocated something like £5 billion to this transition. So, good luck. Good luck. Sadu, a nice agreement. Why would the American 5-inch 62 Mark 45 Mod 4 lose out to the Italian 5-inch umbrella gun when the American 5-inch is also available? We're talking about back in 2006, 2007, when the British government is valiantly trying to, after the Horizon program failed, show how European and pro-European they are in terms of defence. That's why I would miss out.
Also, the Italian one will just be that bit more stylish.
It's a perfectly capable gun, let's be honest. Between the two, there is nothing really to be... no one's going to be upset, oh, I've got the Otto Breda 5-inch gun. I'm so upset. No one's going to be like that.
It's literally from the place with Gucci.
It's a perfectly nice gun. Is it the same as the American 5-inch? No, but it does come with a range of Volcano and all sorts of other ammunition which you can tie into, which can be quite useful. So, let's be honest, again, no one's going to be upset.
Can I be upset?
No. Sadu,
No,
so
no.
what if Canada went with
means
South
more
Koreans?
American gun for America.
Okay. Sadu, so what if Canada went with the South Koreans for our destroyer program instead of the British? Well, they'd have a South Korean destroyer program. But the trouble is the South Koreans aren't really selling a partnership program. They want to build them for you. So you'd be building them in South Korea, potentially. The Koreans are not so interested. The British are happy to let you build your own, and the British are partnership for the design. If you went with the Koreans for that, then it would be a far more complicated process, as the Koreans don't currently facilitate that. So you'd kind of be in a similar scenario as the Australians were with the French building their submarines. when what they kept finding more and more of the program was being moved back to France because the French were going, well, you can't build it to the same standard in Australia, so we'll have to build that in France. And you're right, but the whole point of this program was partially to build up the Australian defence capabilities to produce stuff. Oh, the politicians are just as excited as citizens sail the ships. Nice as way, Joel. If you want to see fun, look for the pictures of politicians when Amigo Vespucci turns up. They're basically going, It's usually good for at least 4 or 5 quotes about the Royal Navy should really have one of these ships. Yeah. What is the name of the tank is dead?
The surface ship is dead.
Yeah, surface ship is
The
dead.
aircraft carrier is dead.
Yeah.
The submarine is
ship,
dead.
The surface ship has been dying for years. Centuries.
I'm fairly sure I saw something in one of Cicero's speeches about the surface ship is dead. Also, we need to destroy Carthage.
No, on a more serious note, the first, actually I tracked it down, the first article which said the surface ship was over and the submarine was going to reign supreme literally comes from the 1890s. Literally. There you go. So, with that being said, we're going to open up questions again. Because, as normal, we will be going on till roughly, well, let's see. It's 11 o'clock, so roughly about another hour.
I may toddle to bed.
That's always an option for you, Dan.
Not permitted. You must stay up until 5 a.m. local time. My local time.
You're what, 6 hours behind us?
5 hours behind you.
And merely about 40 years in terms of civil rights and things.
I'm going to remind you two, this is not a political channel, and I'm going to leave you for a second while I go check on why there's banging from down below me. Because judging by last week, this could be a dangerous experience for me. I have to go check they don't have a hammer.
How's the wall look?
Whatever you do not have a hammer.
It depends.
No, they do not have 4-5, that's there.
Yeah, it's the question of what his lovely, very dyspraxic sister might be supposed to be attacking with the hammer, and actually attacking with the hammer. These two things, there is a good chance, will be not the same things. Oh yeah, of course, the naval equivalent of the tank is dead is, of course, the land ship is dead. Because that's what they were originally called. Which I think is a nicer name, in some ways. But, yeah. I was wandering around the tank museum only the other day, so I had fun. Tank museum, good. Tank museum had many tank and many books. Damn it, I'm sure I had a question for you, Renan.
Keep thinking and maybe it'll come back to you. Do you have any idea what said question was about?
No, I really can't remember. I probably came across it because my knowledge and understanding of electricity genuinely does involve using terms like elastic trickery, because it just hurts my brain. So I was probably looking at something where they were talking about some sort of wiring-y thing, and I was getting confused by it.
All I know is that y'all's wire, what y'all constitute, what the UK constitutes as acceptable workmanship in old work situations is horrifying.
You probably don't want to see the wiring in my house. Discovering that the main light fitting in my living room, at least, seems to be on more than one circuit, possibly.
Okay.
So getting the fizzy fun when trying to change the light fitting, that was exciting.
Okay.
It's like, I think this was bodged in the 1930s when the house was built, or 20s, and then somebody may have bodged it since.
Always fun.
Yeah.
Joe Fredericks. If Argentina actually buys J-10s or F-16s in large quantities, do you think the Falklands garrison might be reinforced? Probably. If they actually do it. There's a difference between shouting about doing it and actually doing it. We'll see what actually happens. Floppy78. What are the greatest strengths of the British Navy at the moment, and also its greatest weakness? Training is its greatest strength, its resilience, and I'd say it's also its greatest weakness because it means they often try and think of how they're going to do things with the people, and they manage to adjust. And because they've kept adjusting and a can-do attitude, people keep thinking they can keep doing stuff, and they can keep cutting and cutting and cutting, and eventually there's nothing there to cut. And the trouble is, people. I occasionally find myself telling off naval officers because therefore they can-do attitude, because it's a case of, yeah, you can do something. Should you do it with such a reduced force? No, but we think we can pull it off. Really? That's not a sensible idea, is it?
Which I think the correct response would be, awesome! I've just added 20% casualties.
Yes.
Do it now. Because that's the problem I keep on seeing in what I do, is we keep on kind of trying to nuance and cut staffing in various places, and then it's like, awesome, you have a just perfectly tailored staffing thing
With no slack in it.
Somebody went off sick and another person turns out is pregnant and about to go off on maternity leave.
You are in trouble.
What do you do now?
You know, if people just didn't want to have families, life would be so much easier.
Well, the problem is about, I think across the board in healthcare, it's at least 70% female. In quite a lot of cases, they are reasonably intelligent and things. They have to get good grades to get into things like physio and stuff. And they tend to be reasonably athletic and things. So you get attractive, intelligent young women, and then for some reason, other people notice it. Other than just the employers, as an organisation rather than a collection of individuals. And it's like, dagnammit, why couldn't we have seen that coming? Which is what I normally tell their managers when they all go off on maternity leave and things. And it's like, well, look, you managed to recruit a load of attractive, intelligent women. The problem is other people saw that they were attractive and intelligent, and yeah.
Yeah.
And then things happen between boys and girls.
Sometimes between girls and girls, or girls and girls. On that front as
well. Or boys and adoption.
Yes, it's the same thing. There's adoption, there's IVF, there's all sorts of things which happen, and these days you just have to go roll with it, or roll with it. And I say, if you're not staffing yourself with the expectation or some sort of slack in your system to deal with these things, you really aren't being sensible. But there again, when
Welcome
people
to the
have been
NHS.
it's not clear. It's the same with teachers. Yes, it is the same with teachers. It's the same
Yeah.
with teaching staff in nicest way. I have that fun because I occasionally do cover in schools. I'm happy to do it and go and because whilst I'm not, I've got my qualification for educational qualification is for higher education, not for schools. So I'm technically I'm qualified to teach at university, not at schools. It's a different qualification program we do. But I go and sometimes cover in schools and help out with schools.
Well,
To help out with
technically,
friends. And it's because there's a dearth of history teachers and a dearth of politics teachers. And it's always the same thing. I'm almost always doing maternity cover.
yeah. My both my parents, I think technically their qualification was supposed to be to teach in secondary schools. My dad in drama because they had the good sense to chuck that into his course drama school so that when you were between gigs you could do supply teaching. And my mum was a French teacher as by qualification. Both ended up when they did work in teaching doing primary school.
Yeah. What I would say, Sebastian Crouchfield, what types of drones might be carried on the amphibious ships? They're probably going to have some reconnaissance aerial drones. They're probably going to have some minesweeping drones. They're probably going to have. It's going to be there's going to be a sort of mixture of options they're going to carry. I expect to see, as I said, drones are going to be utilised for things which allow you to extend the depth and spread of your operations capability from a single asset. But I do keep pointing out this. As a rule, the more capable we make something, the bigger it tends to get. Because the more it needs to accommodate stuff to be able to do all these things, and different things to do all these different jobs. It's the problem which is currently happening to CCV. You want it to be just a command ship, great. But it's also got to be the maintenance ship. And it's got to be able to defend itself. And it's got to be viable itself as an option if things start to break. And that's the first problem they're starting having. And basically there's an argument they are starting to reinvent the Type 83. And their whole idea was they were going to... The Type 32 was going to be a drone command ship, and they can now make the drone command ship, the 32, the 83, the same ship, and it'd save them money. And the reality is, the drone command ship was about using drones for operations which were going to be patrol presence missions, using drones and those things. Not using drones for first level sort of missions, i.e. air defense or anti-submarine warfare. The Type 26 was fitted to support drones in that sort of operation, generically as it can be. Type 83 was going to be fitted for air defense. And they're now finding the problem with it. We'll see what happens.
And if it doesn't get better, it's guaranteed to get exponentially more expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's because the iron triangle misses out. I mean, it's at least a square if you include cost as a kind of generic thing of logistics, procurement, or whatever. Or size.
Basically,
I usually...
for the next question, answer to the question for Stafford, the Italian Future Destroyer program is the interesting one we'll be looking at. Their next generation destroyer program they have been working on for the last couple of years. They are looking at ships which might be individually costing at roughly $3 billion. As much as... Well, the claim is that two destroyers are going to collectively cost a little under €3 billion. That's a little over $3 billion. The odds are it's going to be slightly more, because they are looking at something really, really interesting with their future destroyers. So the thing is, if you consider their future destroyer program and what they're looking at it for the DDX, I would say, if you were talking about a heavy cruiser, you'd be basically doubling what they're doing now. And those destroyers are going to be 14,000 tons. 14,000 tons. For a cruiser, you'd probably be talking about a 20 to 28,000 ton unit. And they'd be doubling up on its missiles and guns, because let's be honest, it's gonna be powerful. The DDX is gonna be a heavily armed asset. Already, what they're talking about is gonna be a heavily armed asset.
Becomes dictator, renames DDX CGX.
I don't think that's going to happen, but we're talking about something which is going to have. Well, I've looked at the pictures of Destroyer, and I've got the pictures and the graphics up and the information about it, and I can already pick out about 4 76mm on it, and at least one 5-inch, and at least 2, possibly 3 sets of VLS silos. So yeah.
Wonderful testosterone.
You basically just imagine it's got all the guns.
HMS Smulland. The Otto Malera version.
Mm.
Actually, that was a good time to ask. Does the United States have a monopoly on DDGX?
No. Tyken, 476s, but why? That seems like a lot of overkill. It isn't when you think about it in terms of, as they're laid out, if one of them goes down, then definitely there's at least 2 others which cover that range of fire. So basically, the idea the Italians seem to pursue with their guns is they're always looking at them from the point of view of what happens if one goes down. Also, we're probably operating in the Mediterranean. We could be operating in sort of Black Sea. We could be operating in areas which are going to be waters where the odds are we are going to be found. So we will have the firepower we need. It could be they just have 3 and they've just got it oddly shaped. But even then, that's not unusual. For the Italians, it's about 3. Sometimes it's slightly more. They like to have enough weaponry that they can provide mutually supporting cover, but also they can provide resistance should something be damaged and should something be, put out of action. And what can I say? The Italian Navy is one of the few navies which has not wholly gone down the I only need this to provide the coverage in theory, so that's all I'm going to build. They've gone down the route of, so we could make do with this, but it's better with this, because if one of them goes down, we still have this, so we still have enough. And possibly they're going with 4, so some of these graphics have 4, because basically then if do go down, they still have enough to cover. And that's the point. You can. It's very unlikely for all 4 to go down. It's usually going to be maybe one of them. Then you've still got plenty of coverage. And if you're looking at the modern layered defense scenario where you're dealing with potential attack by drones, missiles, and hypersonic missiles at the same time as a simultaneous attack convergence on target, that means you can drop things and go, right then, that can be dealt with by 76mm, that can be dealt with by this. We can parcel off our systems and we can husband our resources that much better. And as Carl Gosman's pointed out, the age-racketing use case of the Balkans, etc., all these things. Yet there is also the 76mm are useful against surface threats. If you give them, they have talked about giving them anti-submarine shells and doing that down to a 3-inch as well as the 5-inch variant. So, which is basically you have a shell which is a version of a depth charge.
Is a 3-inch shell going to have enough oomph to threaten a modern sub?
Not a modern sub, but think about a US. Think about an uncrewed undersea vessel, sort of a smaller one. poodling around. And then
So basically,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Basically, think about
Basically,
I can drop in several about 100 or so depth charges in this 3-inch depth charges in this area in about a minute.
So basically, what I'm hearing is that Automalera is trying to make their 76 be the premier anti-clanker weapon.
The 76 is actually pretty good against cruise missiles and hypersonics. It depends again on the shell type you're putting in, and this has been some of the problems. There have been a lot of discussions sometimes over what system you're using. The Italians seem to be quite happy with them. They are quite flexible. Are they perfect? No. But the trouble is, what I see with a lot of the close-in weapon system discussions, etc., is people keep talking about a theoretical perfect system, and so X doesn't deliver on it, so therefore it's not good. No, the 76 is a fairly decent weapon, and in the nicest way, if you think about it, if you go, right now, okay, so one on its own is maybe not that great. Well, if you got 2 engaging a target coming in and 2 putting up a flak wall of 3-inch shells, how much better is that? And if you got 3 or 4, and so there is a thing where things get improved in aggregate, especially when you're talking about systems like the 3-inch gun, because they are about putting up a flak wall. They're not necessarily about precision kill. They're about making a wall of metal has appeared, which is an area of metal of high intensity metal work, which means if you fly through this area, you're going to take damage. And so, think of the 76mm as a very useful general purpose. It can attack some land targets, quite some of them up to non-hardened ones. The hard ones can take the 5-inch shell. Usually that's what you'd be aiming for. It can deal with surface threats of small speedboats and those sort of things, up to patrol vessels. Let's be honest. It can deal with subsurface threats to an extent if it's got the right if you've got the right shells aboard. It can deal with anti-air threats. It can do some fairly long range strikes with some of the volcano ammunition, etc. All these things. So basically, there are options which it can come with depending on what you're purchasing and what you're procuring. Thank you for following the channel, Sona. That's the point. That's what it does. So, yeah. How do I put this? The thing is about the 76mm is it's a good general purpose, low-end general purpose system, which can do anti-air, which can do anti-missile, which can do all these things. Can it do any of them amazingly, as well as a missile system? No. But the thing is, you have the missile system as well. This is your backup. This is your, I want this because it can fill in on all these roles. And that's something which sometimes that's the thing which is difficult to sometimes stress to people, because people go, but we've got this which is individually better than that, and you go, yes, I've got them. I've got the 5-inch gun. That's better for dealing with hard land targets than 76mm. I've got the missiles, which are better for engaging hypersonic and missile threats. That's fine. I've got the 25mm, which is better for engaging and killing drones which get close. But I've also got the 76mm, which can put down a wall of shrapnel a long way away, which can deal with missiles if they get caught in it, and drones if they get caught in it, all these things, quite effectively. It can deal with land targets quite effectively. It can deal with this. It's a great way of providing you with a baseline capability that can deal with a lot of threats. So, and that's something which is kind of forgotten in most of the debates, because most of the technology debates, when you talk about Western countries, if you're talking, including to extent Japan, but especially in America and Britain, is usually what is the best technology.
On that note,
the 76, carry on then. But I was just going to answer the question. But carry on. You're going to go.
I was just going to say, good night, all.
Okay, take care. There's a bit of information experience from we've basically been gathering information since the Falklands War, and on the Autobreda 76mm, there has been a lot of studies on it. The Automalera have been doing a lot of work on it. They have been doing a lot of studies into it, and they have consistently shown it time and time again its capability. And even the Horizon frigate project, let's put it this way. The argument I often use so well is the Otto Malera performed so well the French bought it. That's something. The Otto Malera performed well enough in the 2000s, the French bought it. The French don't like to buy anything. They like to build it all themselves. The British have very nearly bought it. Yeah, it's very cost-effective 60% solution. And that's what you've got to also think about. It's a solution which is available, in service now, quite capable. Is it the perfect solution for for each of the problems it's engaging? No. Is it a very good all-rounder to have on there as a backup to those solutions? Yes. And the Italians are very much going down that road. And thanks, Dan, for being here. You're probably still listening, don't you?
Kind of touched on this earlier.
Nice hearing everyone. If the British were building 178 Type 45 Daring class, if they're building that many, they're going to have all sorts of varieties of them. Would the 4.5-inch gun be replaced by a 155mm 6.1-inch gun? Potentially. Potentially. In a nice way, if they're building nearly 180 ships, it's the Royal Navy. Expect there to be variants. The 76mm, I think it's only... I think the US uses the BAE's 57mm. The 76mm was only fitted to the Coast Guard ships. OMG, hello, 1450. What does the fleet ARM look like in the next 20 to 30 years, and what would you change? F-35Bs and helicopters, probably whatever succeeds to Merlin, and the Lynx. Honestly, and they've got some drones already. Basically, it's probably going to have to grow, but we'll see what happens. I'd like there to be a wingman, sort of an uncrewed wingman, loyal wingman for the approach for the F-35Bs to operate from the carriers. I'd like there to be a new airborne early warning system. And I would like to see a growth in helicopter capability, but we'll see what happens. Because at the moment, everything's been run down, so they're able to grow out them. OHPs had them, but they were when they were back in service. Yes, that was a while back. But yeah, it was a good. Let's put it this way: the 76 is one of those things which is, again, we had this discussion on the channel. You stick it against any individual system, you can go, wow, this will beat it. I think the argument was once used was, well, it's a phalanx or a 76mm, and the Italians would go, no, we have the 25mm gun for that. That's our counterpart to the phalanx. That's not the 76mm role. 76mm can actually engage further away than the phalanx. And we actually prefer the 76mm in that scenario because that means the phalanx has to deal with the threats which get through that flak wall. And if that only reduces, let's say you have 3 or 4 threats coming in. Let's say it's 4, okay? And let's say the flak wall, you have 3 guns firing, they maintain a flak thickness, and only 2 missiles still get through. Well, you've now got 2 which you have to engage with your close-in weapon systems or the spoof. And the thing is, if you've got the flak wall and you've got spoofing and you've got close-in weapon systems, then that's a far better scenario for anything that's got through your missile layers than if you don't have one of those things. It's the layered defense theory, and it works. Is it always? Does it provide you with 100% security? No. Does it work most of the time? Yes. Imperial. Compared to building Type 83, how much money will Her Majesty go and actually save while building CCV, do you think? Doubt there'll be anything really saved. Honestly doubt it at this rate. But the thing is, the budget's not going to be till the next government, really. Let's be honest, we're talking about something which is going to happen after the next parliament. There's another general election 2029. It'll all change. Jonathan Moon, how much would it cost the Royal Navy to build a large sailing ship such as Vespucci, Amigo Vespucci today, and what would you have to want it to have in terms of feeders you wouldn't normally features you wouldn't normally think of? We're probably talking on the orders of hundreds of millions of pounds. Probably would want it to be fiberglass hulled. Or, well, making it wood hulled will be lovely and better for long lasting, but we don't have a yard that does that. We have yards which do big fiberglass hulled vessels. It would need accommodations which could mean it could double as a sail training ship, as a trade ship, and a royal ship. It would probably need quite a lot of communications gear, and probably a lot of green tech thrown in, sort of, in terms of power generation, etc. If you make it a steel hull, it'll be a very heavy hull, and very difficult to make it a sail training ship. But it's not impossible, but it is going to be a heavy hull. So, dude, did someone burp, or is that a dog in the background?
I don't think I burped.
It could be a doggy in the background, judging by noises. Jeff Roger, why is the PLA more willing to share technology and expertise with Pakistan, even though North Korea is still officially their only treaty ally? One of those can actually pay bills, the other one can't. Yeah, pretty much. TAC 22, it's a case of, if you're expecting to see drone swarms, if you're expecting to see these kinds of threats coming up, and let's be honest, the odds are they're not going to go away, it is more sensible to have these. I can understand, but in terms of the cost effectiveness of running the model, but also one of the things that's been pointed out a lot of these systems is they've got a lot more maintenance friendly over time, 76mm especially, and so realistically, how many extra people is it costing you? How many control stations? It's not. It's automated to an extent. You have a control station. You know, you have these things, and you can maintain it quite flexibly. One of the things that's worthwhile thinking about the Italians is that their frigates carry 3 of them. You know, even the French frigates carried some, and I carried some, I think, from memory. Yeah, so the French carry a 76mm on theirs. The Italian ASW and the Italians carry 2 76mm on their ASW frigate, and they carry 1 76mm on their general purpose frigate. Plus, the Italians carry 25mm on their ships as well. At the same time, so they have those as well, and that's the Frome frigates. You know, the destroyers are even more heavily armed. The Horizon class destroyer equivalents, etc. A lot of things, you know, it's perfect. The Italians are very comfortable with having a level of firepower which other nations have been eschewing for a while, and other nations are currently looking at again because of the drone scenario and going, oh, so the Italians aren't really that worried. Nope. Maintenance cost is a solid point, but it's also... It's not really that as big an issue as... Again, the cost is... How much does it cost if I lose this ship to replace it versus how much does it cost to maintain it? Again, it depends on the ammunition. The Italian vessels, we presume, have the full range of ammunition. That's certainly what they claim. So they have systems to offer against those things like hypersonics, etc. And again, it's a case of, as we all know, with hypersonics, with the speed they're going, they aren't able to maneuver as well because they're going too fast in many ways to maneuver. And so you stick up the flat cloud in their way, and they fly through it, and hopefully, and the argument is you hope that you damage them. So again, it's an interesting scenario. Basically, again, I think they are better with weapon systems coming towards them than they are with weapon systems going across them. They are better in that scenario. Well, that's what the Italians do. They have the 5-inch and they have the 76mm and they have all the missiles, and they're perfectly happy sitting there going, "Yeah, here we are." Sudo, what was your supposed to be old enough to know this moment with someone? For the second time in my life, I heard someone say the words, "Oh, better cars make you better drivers." You're going to be a better driver if you drive a BMW than if you drive a Ford.
Huh?
Yeah.
I'm gonna need somebody to sit down with the crayons and explain that one to me.
Taiki,
Preferably
yeah, Karen.
monosyllabic words.
Yeah, no. Taiki, you're probably right. Twin 76mm is fine, but if you have one go down, then you are down 50% and you're having to maintain it. Again, if you're thinking about this if you're thinking about something as something you are operating close to Italy or close to home, 2 is probably fine. But if you have 3 or 4, then if one of them goes down, you still got the coverage. If 2 go down, you still got the coverage. And yes, you've got spare parts. Yes, you're going to try and fix it and maintain it. But you don't want to be in a scenario far away from home that you get into and you suddenly find yourself in a hot situation where you're going, "Oh, frigate! I haven't got a full coverage of defences." Again, it's one of the things of, yes, there's the cost of maintaining them, and that is a budget item. But in this, it's the case. It's more requirements, more costs, but it's also, you were thinking a 2x2 setup instead of as a 4x2 or 4x1 setup, as well as redundancy. Yeah, the trouble is with twin mounts. Again, people talk about the complexity of maintaining twin mounts because you have more difficult to access all the parts of the mount. So the people would argue it's easier to maintain a single mount. I prefer dual mounts, but yeah, normally people prefer single mounts. But that's why I took it the way I did. And redundancy is, again, what's the problem? If the problem is in the mounts parts, and actually one of the interesting things is, talking about it was going to, the mount parts are often the bigger things like the motors, etc. Those are the things which, if they go, you are less likely to maybe carrying the spare parts of. And they shouldn't go, but they can. Everything can always break, and yeah.
And also for the scale of motors that you're going to be using for even a phalanx, they are not easy things to replace in situ. Especially if you are in a densely packed turret, and I doubt they've gotten any less dense than the Cleveland's auto-loading 666s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. OMG, hello.
As a reminder,
yeah, Karen. All right.
as a reminder to the class, Copper is very dense and very heavy
Yeah.
and very difficult to maneuver in and out of places when it's in motor windings.
Oh yeah, that's the
And
first one.
all those windings have to be kept electrically insulated from each other. Otherwise, you don't have a motor, you have a really nice short circuit.
OMG with Argentina rearming, what equipment or wishes would you procure to create an A2D model? Actually, the Falklands is one of the better defended parts of the UK. They actually have an air defence system set up for them. I would want them to have both fixed and mobile batteries for CAM. I'd like them to have a area air defence missile system as well, and I would like them to have an anti-ship missile battery as well, because I think those things would be useful. Because currently we have down there usually a river-class patrol vessel, OPV, and some Eurofighters. Eurofighters are very good aircraft, but currently I don't think they have anti-ship missile capability. I think they again use dumb bombs. They're fairly good for air defence, and again, we only have 4 of them. We probably would need to have a squadron of them down there, and have a cap of some variety. But it's a cap of some variety in terms of airborne early warning as well. But yeah, that's if their procurement actually goes to plan. We'll see what actually happens. We will see.
Rain likely this evening. I am unbothered.
Yeah. Falklands is the one part of the area in the UK which actually has a proper air defence network. You'll find articles a few years ago. We paid the Israelis to build it for us. Pretty much.
Which to be fair, if you want
which is why
a
people
good air defense,
carry on.
if you want a good air defense network, the Israelis are pretty good to do it.
Okay, yeah. And that is why actually quite a few of us laugh whenever people talk about the British government going, we won't sell stuff to the Israelis. More often than not, we're the ones buying stuff from the Israelis. I don't think we have named the Typhoons down in the Falklands. I hope we haven't. That's never a good idea. Once we start giving our aircraft names, then they get into trouble, like the gladiators over Malta. Faith, hope, and charity. We'll see what happens. For Dragon and Foxo, I don't think they're here, are they? Foxo, Dragon
They're
is.
not here.
Dragon is here. Okay.
I explicitly told Knight if he did submit one, I'll try and make an appearance.
As a number of the HMS faction maids are frigates and destroyers in the future, do you think the most of the maid corps will be missile frigate and missile destroyers?
Probably. Would make sense, I would assume. Going from, cruisers to, guided missile destroyers and frigates and such, yeah.
Yeah. It always disturbs me mildly that the Royal Navy's smaller ships are called the Maid Corps.
Well, not all of them. It's mostly cruisers that are the maids.
Yeah. I'm just checking one quickly. So, is HMS Eskimo technically a maid?
Eskimo's not in the maid corps, no.
That explains a lot about her. She's she's a destroyer, but I was also sort of wondering whether she was what she was actually supposed to be as part of the, because she doesn't look like she's in the maid corps, so I'm not quite sure where she hangs around. And curiously enough, she's always drawn with her nose intact. The RN at the moment doesn't have an aerial refueling fleet, and it's one of the jobs which they keep talking about for a future drone system. We'll see what happens. It's one of those things of, we'll see what happens. Knowing the British government, it will be kind of like the airborne early warning helicopters, which they paid all the money to research and develop, and then didn't implement till the Falklands War had actually started.
Whatever happened to the USN program of the flying wing multi-purpose drone that they had?
It got turned into an aerial tanker system, which seems to have gone nowhere for the last 5 years. Stavro Thompson, what would an all-out conflict between the plan and USN look like? Last fall without either side resorting nuclear weapons? Who would win? It would look like a sub-battle, followed by probably carrier engagement, mostly against land threat, as the carrier battle group sought to impose some form of blockade, with People's Liberation Army Navy carriers trying to provide a buffer, and it would probably go nuclear more quickly than anyone would like. Because the sensor degradation by both sides to take out each side's sensor networks would be heavily focused, and the more you lose accuracy, the more you start to use sledgehammers to destroy take out molehills. Sebastian Crutchfield, at what point will the Chinese Navy stop growing? When the Chinese government decides they're happy with all the sizes it's reached. I doubt that's going to be anytime soon. But the aim is to try and manage the conflict, risks of conflict, without there actually being a war. Believe it or not, it's a good thing when ships don't have to fight a war, because they successfully deter a conflict. And this is why you pay for things like redundancy, I tend to argue. So let's put it this way, let's talk about the Italians and they're paying for redundancy. They're having more systems than they necessarily need. So let's say you need 2, they've got 3 or 4. The reason you do that is because that shows a level of preparation for a warfighting capability, for war, a very visible one, because guns always work in a way that missiles don't. For that, when people standing next to to VLS array, they think, cool, interesting, especially if you're talking. I often end up going with people who are not naval technology inclined, not as interested in navy stuff as I am. So the people who are interested in Navy stuff, they're going to look at the missiles and going, oh, they've got this missile, that's cool. But the people who aren't are going, But then they see the guns. And the guns are what they focus in on. And the guns are the cool asset that's really stick out on them. And the number of guns can have a real impact because it shows it's a level of preparation. It's a level of, we're prepared to take damage and keep fighting. We're prepared to carry on in these scenarios. And that can work to show your level of commitment, your level of emphasis. Exactly. To an extent, as Taichi is just saying, the same with to China. There's a debate as to whether they're actually interested in fighting a war for Taiwan, but they really want to look like they are capable of doing it if they want to. They don't want to actually have that war, because a war takes the genie out of the bottle, and no one controls a war. I mean, once the war starts, you don't have control. This is the first thing I would tell any government before they consider a war. The moment the war starts, your ability to control the situation actually reduces. Your control of the events is at its maximum when you are managing the risk of conflict through deterrence, through engagement, through all these things. That is when you have maximum control of events. The moment the genie's out of the bottle and the war starts, you have lost control. Dakiganda. Exactly. I know it seems... It's one of those things which I get into and people go, but that doesn't make sense. And I go, it does. Let me take you on a ship. Often I've done that with people who, when I'm talking to them who are not naval inclined, take them on a ship. And they will find themselves doing it. And afterwards they come back and go, afterwards they come back and they go, well, I still do it. I go, What did you take photos of you with? Oh, well, here's the photo of me standing in front of the 4.5-inch gun. Here's the photo of me with a phalanx. Here's the photo of me. Oh. Yeah. The things you took photos of yourself in front of were not the missile system. It was all the guns. That's what was impacting you. That was having the impact. So that is the thing. Sometimes having these guns, yes, it's a level of redundancy and capability, but also it's a level of psychological imagery. Exactly, Cass said, I remember people sort of crowding around Adrian Northumberland's gun and standing next to one of her shells. Yeah, by the way, stick out shells for people to pick up and fondle and play with, and they will be happy for hours. And I mean, literally, they will fondle it. They'll be doing this to a 3-inch shell. I have literally stood in front of a group of students, watching them pass around the shell, and they're just doing like this. And we were there, passing the shell around the group. No one moved on, no one was impatient, for about 25-30 minutes while everyone got to feel the shell. And these were GCSE A-level students who I'd taken on a trip to Belfast, I think it was Belfast. They were literally there for ages. And these are kids who you really had to struggle to get them to put down their phone. You put a shell there, the phones were away other than taking photos of themselves, and they were feeling the shell. There is something about the guns which work on this front.
I think it's less.
Yeah.
I think it's less that people are stupid, Tachi 22, and more that culturally there's more knowledge about the impact of a gun type munition, whether that's a handgun, a rifle, or an artillery piece, than there is about a theoretical missile strike from a harpoon or a tomahawk or equivalent munition. So like people know for a rough value of no, people know what a missile strike looks like.
Yeah.
Or what a gun looks like.
Well, it's the same thing. It goes back to the whole Warrior versus Gloire thing. The Gloire was actually technologically slightly more advanced than the Warrior. But the Warrior looks more like a traditional frigate, but is also technologically advanced and was bigger. So the Gloire won the PR battle, which is why the Warrior won the PR battle, which is why it's a Warrior moment. We talk about and how it, successfully outshone the Gloire and showed that Britain was still the most powerful navy in the world, sort of thing. And that's the thing is, sometimes the traditional system is useful, both in terms of what it brings to the table in terms of capability, but also in terms of what it brings to the table in terms of psychology. And sometimes you just have to play into it. I'm sorry, but a ship will spend a very small part of its time in actual war. It will spend a lot of its time doing conflict management, presence, deterrence. The vast majority of its life will be spent doing those missions. And sometimes you have to concede a little bit of the building to that. 8265. Why did the Royal Navy produce so few theorists and historians of the higher direction of war in 1815-1914 period relative to the British Army? No. The Royal Navy actually produced roughly about the same, but the thing is, the Army ones had a tendency to write down stuff. The Navy had a tendency to build stuff. So if you're looking for where the naval theorists end up, they usually end up in roles like the Third Sea Lord. They are building the future ships. So they tend to... So they express themselves differently. I sometimes call this theorists of steel. The Army has less than it can do. Okay? The Army, if you're a theorist, you are buying equipment from someone else. You don't build your own. You are trying to demonstrate tactics and argument, but you have to persuade people to set up an exercise to do it. In the Navy, if you manage to concentrate on becoming part of the Third Sea Lord section of that sort of period, especially in the sort of later 1860s onwards, you can build your idea. And so you get things built. It's kind of like the HMS Captain story and these things. So the Royal Navy has theorists of steel, the Army has theorists of paper. Please don't get us in lasers. They'll look cool. They'll look cool when they're eventually used. Johnny K. Did the Royal Navy? Yeah, Johnny K. Did the Royal Navy consider rebuilding the bows of the King George V after World War II to match Vanguard and improve Sea King, make them less wet and rough over, or were they too worn out to afford service requirements? Basically, you're talking about Anson and Howe at that point, and they weren't too worn out, but it was justifying the budget. It was justifying the budget to a government which was eager to use the carriers as a justification for not building things. Alberta, 6-3. That being said, is 12 SKs enough for the Royal Canadian Navy? It's a good start. I would have preferred a little bit more, but there again, the Canadians are looking at 2 bases. I would have wanted 3. Would have wanted an Arctic base up in the Arctic. But they're looking at coastal. They're basing them equal coastal rather than basing them at the top as well. We'll see what happens. Kingdom of Finland. If the USN got the 32 Zumwalts the Navy wanted with steel superstructures from hull 3 onwards, as well as functional Aegis and SPY-6 radar and Halos point defense lasers, effective Sino-American War, they would have certainly added to the level of capability the US Navy has for literal combat. I think the more interesting impact they'd have had is what would the Chinese have done in response to them. Because the Chinese... How do I put this politely? Okay, so the Chinese are a bit kind of design snobs. And at the moment, I would argue they build their Type 55s because they, in a way, they ape, to an extent, the American Burks, but they look newer and shinier and in a better shape. And that's similar. Some of the aping is because of... And please note, aping in British terms means, to an extent, copying, but not copying. So it's meant to do a sort of proxy impression. Some of it's to do with the weapon systems and radars they're being fitted with, because basically you have similar radar systems in terms of their operation and design. So therefore you have similar technological solutions to their operation, which leads to similar design shaping. But I have a feeling if the Americans had gone further down the Zumwalt route, I wouldn't be surprised if the 55s were slightly more, how do I put this, exotically shaped than they are currently. I wouldn't be surprised if they'd have gone for a tumble home and all the things. Basically, the American tumble home program apparently failing and all these things basically led to the Chinese being very much going, oh, look, we were sensible, we went with this design, etc. The American looked like it was succeeding, and looked like it was... Because the Chinese are also fighting an image war, you have to remember. It's an image and a status war. And the thing is, their argument's basically anything American do, they can do better. And so you have to take that into account with the shaping of ships and design. Although the Zumwalts would have been a lot cheaper than they were historically if you built more of them, because they would have been economies of scale, but they wouldn't have been as cheap. It wouldn't have been that cheap, but they would have been cheaper than they were, because the trouble is, a lot of systems were set up on the basis of a large scale production, research and development spread over units. Again, the example I tend to use is the British Type 45 destroyers. Okay, we designed a program for 12. And the idea was that 12 units they're going to come in between 8 and 9 billion pounds, right? So we did the research and development. Okay? Research and development comes in a little bit over 3 billion in total. And the remaining costs... They reduce in costs as they go down, as they go through the batches, but the 6 could make up the rest, and we end up with £1 billion destroyers, because we get 6 for 6 billion. But the next 6 would have been between... Estimates do vary. I usually put it roughly 350 million for the next 6 in average cost. Some people say 400 million. Some say... As I've seen one estimate which is taken down to less than 300 recently. the odds are it's going to be, it's not definitely not going to be 500 million. It's going to be less than that, so it's probably going to be closer to the let's say go for 400. That would mean you would get 12 for 8.4 billion. So that would be 750, 700 something million per unit, right? That's the thing. You've got the £1 billion destroyer, including the research and development costs, and it's similar to Zumwalt's. When the research and development cost is spread across 3 units, they are a really, really expensive class. The research and development was costed and developed based on across 32. Okay, so wasn't the first Type 23 like 135 million, the last 4 or so was like 75 million? Yeah, if you adjust for inflation, it's basically reduced down to 75 million a unit. So yeah, it's almost, and the Type 23 is a very cheap design, which wasn't starting from nothing. Because one of the problems with the Type 45 is the first 3 units include basically restarting the shipyards, so that drives their cost up dramatically. But also there's the fact that the Zumwalt program became a bit of a Christmas tree program, which is one reason that's why Taki 22 it did actually become the cost it did. Because the Zumwalt people kept adding on different ideas to it and all sorts of costs onto it.
They also kept hulls for all the ideas that they added onto it.
Yeah. But the R&D budget always misses the original estimates. It might always miss the original estimates, but the trouble is it's still included in the cost. And it's always under budgeted because people always simplify the costs when they're making the proposals. Okay, why 3NX? The DIP gave 1.5 billion for the hybrid navy. It's roughly works out as a total funding that you can attribute to drones and drone warfare, roughly 5 billion over next 4 years, including the stuff for the hybrid navy. Is still your belief that funding is for the whole program or only research and development design? I would say that if that's the funding for the whole program, then they're not going to be buying much. That's the reality. If that's the funding that's the funding they declared as allocated. So at the moment, that is the money we have to presume it is, that there is. There is no extra money being announced. There is no extra money tree. So if that is the funding for the whole program, and so far I haven't heard any different, I don't see anything much coming from it. But we'll see. They either add more money, or honestly, they're not getting anything but headlines until the next Parliament. And my strong suspicion is that's all they're banking on getting, headlines till the next Parliament. They're banking it till the next general election, then they're going to deal with the difficult decision. Because if you moment, they've got a couple of years' grace to do so. The yards have still got work, there's activity going on, they're focused on those things. They've still got time and space to try and figure this out, but I don't think they've got enough time or enough space to actually develop it. And I don't think they've got enough money. But yeah, if you want to talk more about the hybrid navy, white paper, all the things like this, yeah, I'm always happy to chat. I've been talking to enough people about it recently. I've got 4 or 5 people messaged me on my professional and my consulting gig about it. Paul Amos, what would be most of the cost-effective way to improve Britain's naval procurement capabilities? Build more. If you have a running construction program, that means you always have construction going through the system. You do not have as many rises and falls, i.e. peaks and troughs, feasts and famines in procurement, and that means that the consistency actually ends up being cheaper than keep sort of having to reinvent the wheel. Okay? Yeah, Babcock and BAE both have designs out there for the CCV, but there's a problem with it. If they go for the BAE design, then it's probably not going to be able to be built by a Babcock yard. And that's going to cause trouble because they also don't have the yard space to build it for in the spaces where they're building Type 26. Type 83 was supposed to come after that program and was going to basically build the next thing the yard was going to run. If they go with a Babcock design, that'll basically be taking a variant of the 32, which was what the Babcock were working on anyway. They can work that through, but that means it is going to be limited to that hull shaping, hull design, limitations of that hull. It's a very good hull, but it's not got enough space for what I think they want to do with it. But we'll have to see what happens. What Bryce? What the UK's politics terms like? What's the status of the Diego Garcia negotiations? Currently keeping very quiet, but we'll see what happens. So far, Burnham seems to not... Well, whilst previous members of the previous government have tried to tie Burnham to positions, he seems to have avoided it. For the most part. We'll see what actually comes from it. And Andy Burnham is the new Prime Minister. Good. What do you think about the increased use of composite masks, especially the Saab Kockums? Bryce, like us. Is that the way to go in the future? Certainly the Japanese and Saab are pushing away in them. They do represent a one-stop shop of you buying a capability to stick in one place, and it's a very nice capability. It also leads to a level of modularity of masks in that you can, longer term, if you've gone with, let's say, the SAR mast, you can upgrade to the next variant of the SAR mast and these things. I would say it's probably something we're going to see happen more with nations as they go along, because a composite mast offers options in terms of communications, etc. But what I'd be interested to see is whether nations end up having multiple composite masts. That is a possibility they could do. We've got 2 questions left. We're approaching midnight, so we'll probably finish then. But we'll see what happens.
From my understanding, when you say composite mast, are you talking a mast which does multiple roles, or a mast made out of composites?
Actually, what we'll do is we'll take in 5 questions. We'll have 5 questions. And then we'll finish it off then. Bum-ba-dum-ba.
Doc?
So take in 5 questions to finish off. Basically, the mast is a composite mast because it usually involves things like, if we consider the Japanese one, it involves various electronic warfare sensors and electronic warfare systems, communication systems, all navigation systems, all added into the same mast. So it's a composite mast which provides multiple functions within its shell. Okay.
Okay.
There are some options out there which include radar systems as well. They're kind of interesting. The Indians have gone with the Japanese option. The Saab Kockums is proving kind of popular in Europe at the moment. We'll see what happens. There's some good ideas out there, some good capabilities. Yeah. It literally is midnight in the UK. When the 5 questions are in, Paul will end it, and then that's the last 5 questions for the night. Caxo. Yeah, let's go. So, questions are all in now. Imperial. What do you think will be integrated onto the Fleet Air Arm F-35Bs for anti-ship missile? That's going to be an interesting conversation with Lockheed Martin, because they've been supposed to integrate all sorts of things for the British as part of the British building program. So far, they've been very, very slow to actually integrate it. And there is a huge debate about whose fault that is. At the moment, my leaning is towards, in nicest way, Lockheed Martin is going slow because they'd like the British to buy their missiles and other people to buy their missiles. They don't want there to be another option out there, but that is causing a problem. It's a case of, so we've developed our own missile, and now we can't have it included on this aircraft. That causes a problem. But I think anti-ship we've got a program with the French, and that's probably going to be what's going to produce the next generation anti-ship missile for the British. And what it's going to be firing from is as good as your guess as much as mine. In terms of, I would like to see it integrated on the F-35B, probably should be. It could be integrated on something like the new Strike drone or something like that. Dragon and Foxo. I'm not sure if Dragon is still here. I don't know if Dragon is still here.
He is not, sadly. He might pop back in, but for right now he is not.
Well, I'll make this a smiley face, and then we'll see if Dragon pops in. If Dragon doesn't pop in, we'll save it for next week. Lions. Could you combine both the roles of the Royal Yacht and Hospital Ship into one vessel? It's pretty much what the Royal Yacht used to do, but it really wasn't a greater hospital ship. It was a casevac ship more than a hospital ship, which means it evacuates people. Hello, Dragon.
I felt I was being summoned.
You were. For Dragon and Foxer, sirens kill off decolonization. How might HMS handle logistics of operating all British domestic ship designs of the OTL colonies and non-Empire warships designs they get?
That one's, of all your AL questions, Nick, that's actually an interesting one.
Ouch.
That's
cruel.
cruel.
No offense to your other ones, but this is actually quite a fascinating question.
Okay.
Likely you see domestic designs based off the Royal Navy designs. Kind of like how you had the Australian Leanders, where there's slight modifications to them. You probably see this for the big ones such as Canada, Australia, lesser so for maybe New Zealand and South Africa, but they probably might get some stuff.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
India might not get much just because of the other presences in the area. Because you've got Sakura over there that's being a problem. So whether they would dedicate too much to that is the question. Logistics, the Suez becomes even more valuable. Because that will be your lifeblood of the Empire. You standardize gun calibers as much as you can, standardize capability, and that's probably the best thing you can end up trying. Is what I would say I'm off without spending a couple of hours actually looking into stuff. Yeah, I know you do, Knight, but like these ones where it's actually something that's, intellectually stimulating are always more fun. But yeah, that's probably what I would have said overall.
I would say, for people discussing, currently the MOD is looking at about half a dozen different options for large USVs. The trouble is they're looking at options, they're not ordering anything. They're not doing anything. They're just going, yes. So we'll see what happens. It's a case of they're interested in lots of things. They're actually doing nothing, and I think that's a reflection of the fact they have no money to do anything with. So that's the trouble, because doing stuff actually costs money, and I'm not even sure how much of the money allocated to them is actually real money versus theoretical government spending, personnels, etc. Statos, what do your perfect, well-rounded navy look like, and who's more likely to build it? depends on the nation's needs. If you're going to be doing wide area control, you're going to want carriers as well as submarines, so it means you're going to want a carrier battle group. If you're not doing wide area control, you're just doing sea lines and communication control, and not using the sea as your defensive depth, then you probably just want SSKs and a good surface action group, maybe some anti-submarine helicopter carriers. You know, you can vary between what you need depending on what you should have, what will be a perfect navy with what you need for your interests and your needs. A Belgian's perfect navy and well-rounded navy is very different than Italy's, is very different to America's, is very different to Japan's. So basically my version of a well-rounded perfect navy is a naval force which is balanced and resourced and trained commensurate with its nation's interests and needs. And every nation has slightly different ones. And I've done actually videos on how to work out what your nation needs on this channel. Is this a case of analysis paralysis on government level? Yes, but also it's a case of we're doing all this analysis but we have no funding to do anything. We can't make a decision because we don't have the money to make a decision. So that's the thing of, you might as well just analyse stuff because you've got the money for that. You haven't got the money to actually buy something. So, analysis paralysis when you have too much information to make a decision. This is a case of analysis time fudging because you are making it look like you're doing something because you don't have the money to actually do anything. So it's analysis fudging, not analysis paralysis. Catford. In World War II, the Italian Air Force was confident they could knock out Malta. Did the Reggio Marina object in any way, and could they have done anything? No, and no, they were happy to let them believe it because it kept them busy and stopped them causing them trouble. Okay. Reichak. Should the government turn the Type 45 that is on the hill into a SAM site? The trouble is, that is so important as part of ongoing technological development and installation, it's kind of problematic to do it. But it wouldn't be impossible. But then again, it's not going to give you much protection. Because as much as it could be done, it's going to cost money. And okay, yay, we have missile protection for that area. That's one system, one site. It's better than nothing. It is better than nothing, and I would not argue against it. But it also is going to cause some complexity and issues for testing and development. But it will be better than nothing. And Team 82. What's been the interesting comment in YouTube this week? I've already discussed that. I've had someone who keeps saying Jesus loves you all, who we're fairly sure is a bot. And I have someone who is basically going, variations of the more recent one was, I like your style and way of thinking, but quite a few mistakes and misconceptions. And then doesn't actually explain those ones, and goes, that's alright, it seems the whole defense research and open source intelligence community has gone mad. If you disagree with me, that's fine, but if you just say you disagree with me on these points, you feel I have mistakes and misconceptions, and you don't say which they are, I can't explain them. So that's really a pointless comment in some ways. But, you know, that's fine. The Jesus bot is wrong. Well, you never know, Jesus might love me. There is a possibility Jesus loves me. Admittedly, I am the most lackadaisical about going to church of anyone in my family, and usually if I'm thinking about God, it's when I'm walking through the countryside on my own with a dog, but that's about it. There is a possibility Jesus loves me. There's a possibility, but they say Jesus loves you all, so there's a possibility Jesus loves it all for you. Also a possibility he wants to hit you with a flaming trident, but we'll leave that to one side. Probably on the balance of things, considering he didn't cool down the wrath of God when he was being crucified on the stake, he's probably on the loving side rather than the trident side.
Also, the whole crucifixion thing was kind of the point.
Yeah. That is true. And my main argument, by the way, against the Church of England, before anyone finds, is because the amount of arguments I've had with vicars over the years over whether or not dogs go to heaven. And my argument is that most dogs I know have nicer personalities than the many humans I know, and you're claiming those humans can get into heaven, but the dogs can't.
I had to stop myself for a second and remind that you were saying vicars as in CARS and not CKERS.
Yes.
Because for about a fraction of a second, I got very confused about why you were having an argument with Vickers Armstrong about the divine reward of domestic canines.
In one defense of them is they were one of the people who one of the groups who believed dogs went to heaven. The directors of Vickers were very sure about this point.
I'm still annoyed that in the pursuit of an ever more perfect 14-inch gun, Vickers may have one of Vickers' metallurgists may have incidentally invented stainless steel.
Most likely. But the thing is, again, and the point I'm making here is, it would be kind of disappointing if you ended up in heaven and all your pet dogs weren't there. And again, with the pet cats, I'm sure many of them go. The pet cats go there, but occasionally possibly wander down to hell to take part in doing some of the torturing, but we'll leave that to one side. I'm sure the pets go to heaven. I'm sorry. Would it be safe to say the CCV is more promising than type? The CCV is more piece of paper than anything else. But yeah, the CCV. Look. At the moment, these are all going to be theoretical designs until you get to the next Parliament. At the next Parliament, that government's going to actually have to make a decision, actually to put some money. At the moment, they're in the conceptual research and development. Next Parliament election takes place in 2029. That government's going to have had funding and final decision-making on the design-making process by 2033, so we can start building them, and then they'll probably be entering service about 2040. In the nicest way, the argument that the Type 45s are going to be replaced in 2035 is toddle. The only way you can actually make it earlier than that is if you pop them into the Type 31 program, into the Babcock program, because that's the yard which is going to have the free space. Because look at when the Type 26s are going to be built to. And then they basically are going to have their option is to go with the Type 32 design, which they've already been offered, and basically go for that. That is the only option they can get it quicker. So basically, when you sit there and hear BE or Babcock, if you want it actually on their timeline, the only option really is to go with Babcock, and even then, they're not likely to get them on the timeline because they're not going to start funding them until 2029. And look at how long it takes to build a ship. Yes, the thing is, there is more substance to the CCV because they have designs from choose from, and those designs already exist. Well, yeah, not really. The Navantia Las V75 is not the only one which is at that level. You are looking at quite a few of them. You've got a couple of American companies which are available, which have done some interesting designs. There's a few British options. Yeah, they're all roughly at the same level. I'm looking at the list of names. Ostel has one, but there was another one I did a video about a while back. I mentioned in the video. Let's go to... Yeah. US Navy's MUSV and LUSV programs are pretty much the ones which have been leading the way. So they're the options. They're some of the options which you have to look at. I do realise that that Navantia does like to say they're the only ones at the lead of the pack, but they're not. That is part of their marketing. I would argue that potentially, honestly, the American ones for the medium and large USV programs are actually further ahead than they are. But the US Navy's been testing them for a while and doing a lot of work with them. I'm looking for the one which is the big one, which is the really big. No, I've got my notes on it. I'm trying to find it for you.
I remember this was
and there's also
years ago.
There's also Damon as well. Have got their own options as well. And BAE is part of the American program, so they've got their
The
own
US.
Yeah, Karen.
The USN was using a recruitment ad that was that tagline was because bomb sniffing dogs don't work well underwater, and they were using they had a picture of what was presumably a mine warfare drone.
Yeah. Well, they're all.
That was
they've been basically the large USVs have been something which is Atlas, yeah. And various other options have been going through. It's look, Navantia is good at press, and in some ways they are, but it's basically with the large USV programs, everyone's half a dozen of one, six of the other, and they are all making claims. And what you should always be careful about with defence companies is they are very good at making claims. That's how they sell things. Not really. Again, one of the things you have is since 2014, and especially since 2022, there's been a massive uptick in construction. All the yards are full. That's also one of the problems we have with ship procurement at the moment. A lot of the yards are not. The yards might be national, but a lot of the pools of technology, in terms of, let's say, the engines and the gearboxes and the power supply modules, etc., they are pooled between different nations. A lot of big major corporations do them and supply them for everyone, and that's the trouble. We have got a supply and infrastructure system which was built around wars of choice, and have been pared down to that level since 1993, realistically, and we are now trying to ramp it up. So that's the problem you're dealing with. Anyway, with that being said, it is now 20 past midnight, and I'm going to let everyone go to bed. I'll probably be in the Discord chat for a little bit afterwards, but not too long, as tomorrow I have to be chauffeur duties. Well, we're getting a pond for my mum. Okay, she wants a big pond in the garden. As some of you will know, we bought an annexed house, so I have my own 2-bedroom house, and my mum and sister live next door, and that way I'm there to support them if they need to be, but I have my own space and I'm my own. But anyway, they want a pond, and it's a DIY project to extent in that, whilst it's being built by builders, because it's going to be a massive thing with block work and all sorts of things, it is also going to require a lot of slate, and a lot of, for its covering, and a lot of serpentine as well. And so tomorrow I am being chauffeur, and basically carry-all, going around the Lizard to pick up serpentine from various people who produce serpentine, and they've got buckets of spare offcuts and things of serpentine, which I've got to pick up. Oh, it's going to be fun.
Do I want to know what serpentine is?
It's a stone. There's a massive yard called Harlan Wolf in Northern Ireland that could build naval vessels. They could do, but they're currently in the process of building the large supply ships, so they're kind of fully maxed out. This is one of the trouble. Our yards, when you start going through them, you find they're kind of working and building a lot. They're currently building the big solid supply ships. That's what Navantia uses. There is a yard in Appledore, in Devon, which is also owned by them, which is also involved in that program and a few others, which theoretically could have space. But the trouble is the workforce got run down, and you'd have to bring it up again, which means you'd have to hire and train a whole load of people, which is not going to be quick. It's the feast and famine problem in terms of procurement. Anyway, as said, I'm off, but I will be in Discord for a bit. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Hope you enjoyed it, and thank you. Take care. Doodles.